Yes.
Yo.
Oh, yeah. Woo!
What's up, family?
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Black Market Live.
That's right. What's up?
This is the weekly live streaming show where we come at you live from our respective studios in Los Angeles and Nashville.
Hell yeah.
We play reggae, we talk reggae. And we also talk about a lot of other styles of music and other topics and stuff like that. And we actually record and work on our Black Market music
Yep.
live together with all y'all.
Yeah, we do.
So I am Wise Owl Brandon. You are Nate Black Market.
I am Nate
And that
Black
is a
Market.
fantastic, elegantly straightforward and pure, starkly Batman shirt.
Yes,
That
yes.
is the most Batman shirt
Still
that there could be.
the best Batman logo. Save
Yeah.
your hot takes for what's the best movie. I don't care.
Is that the 89
This
logo?
is 89. This is
Yeah.
Keaton. This
I
is the
just
best logo.
watched that. I just rewatched that movie
Oh,
like
nice.
maybe 4 or 5 days ago.
Nice. Yeah, it's the best. I'm not gonna say it's the best, but it's fucking great. It's
Well,
really
it
good.
Almost
I know it almost
snuck
slipped out.
there, it
I
almost slipped
see.
out.
Batman is so near and dear to my heart. Like literally, probably one of my favorite things on earth is Batman, and I'm not saying one of my favorite things on earth is comic books or comic book movies or this or
Yeah.
that. Batman, not
Oh, I see.
everything.
Okay.
All the other stuff, literally, all Superman, Spider-Man, Thor, whoever, Captain America. Like I like all that stuff too a lot, but I will leave it. I could leave all of it and just have Batman. I would,
Gotcha.
I would be fine with that.
Yeah. Yo, what's up, guys? From Kyle B. Hello, Kyle B.
What
Good to
up?
see ya. And good
Kyle-
to see you too, Andy.
Kyle B is my my man in Shanghai. Who
Oh,
just
nice.
just dropped some amazing 8-bit reggae originals. About a week ago, Kyle?
Oh yeah, it's that 8-bit reggae. I've been checking that out on Instagram.
Yeah, and
Well, ni hao and welcome, dog.
and Kyle, I got your email about it. I think we're gonna do today. We already had the show planned out before I saw your email, so we're gonna do a full segment on it next week if that's okay. But yeah, I will post the links for you guys to check out his stuff because it's fucking awesome.
Nice.
It's
And then we'll do
really cool what he's
an
doing.
in-depth listen next week.
Yeah, we'll do a full-on in-depth listen, and we'll check it all out together next week when we do the show. But yeah, today's going to be a fun one. We've got awesome music reviews today. So also, quick, we haven't had to issue too many corrections, but this is an important correction.
Okay.
Last
Yes.
week when we were
We're
listening
like
to
journalists now. Okay.
yeah. Last week when we were listening to who was it? Dreamy, that track Dreamy by Limerence that we loved, that we were just
Yeah.
like fawning over.
So good.
So good. So I got an email from said artist Limerence, and he said, LOL, I'm a dude, by the way.
Well, you can totally tell by your artwork.
Yeah, it's true. So we accidentally, I think we were talking on and on about how
Yeah.
great her voice was when it was a guy, actually.
Oh.
So sorry about that, man. Apologize for that.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, honest mistake. But we
Yeah.
still love it all the same. So we have still yet to listen to any original music made by a female on the show. But that's going
Yes.
to change today. I'm pretty positive that's going to change today.
Are we 95% sure that one of the artists or two of the artists are in fact female?
if I get this one wrong,
Might not
then-
be.
If I get this one wrong, then just like take my gender identification card away like permanently because I guess I just can't do it. But yeah, honest mistake. Sorry about that. But we still love your stuff, and definitely if you guys weren't here last week to listen to that, go check out Limb Rinse, and the track was Dreamy. It's on YouTube. It's really, really good.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got some more music submissions today. We have Mailbag again, and not
Yay,
just like
Mailbag.
yeah, Mailbag's back, and not just like like look, not that Mailbag from Groove Stranger and Andy doesn't count, but it's kind of like a pity mailbag. Like those guys, like they send us stuff and they're like, oh
Yeah,
man, like literally
that's
no
true.
one.
Let me
no one
think of
wants to ask
something
the
that
questions.
these guys can read. And come
Yeah,
up
so-
with something.
So we got a mailbag from a
But
new listener.
You guys are really good at coming up with pity questions. Like, for being pity questions, they were like really
Yeah.
thought provoking. Actually.
Yeah.
So
And also, we've got, towards the end of the show, we're going to record some music like we always do. What I would love to do today is basically we're going to go through, we're going to listen to all 4 of the Blue Velvet tracks in their current state. So you guys haven't even heard a lick, a single note of the actual self-titled Blue Velvet track.
yeah,
And
the song Blue Velvet
song-
from the EP Blue Velvet
by
from the that commemorates the movie Blue Velvet.
yes,
That is a cover of the song Blue Velvet. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. So yeah, I did a remix of the original. I don't know if it's the original, to be honest, but
Yeah.
it's
It's
the
it's one of
Bobby
those
Vinton.
songs that's
Yeah, I did a remix of the Bobby Vinton version that's featured in Blue Velvet. It's one of 2 versions of that song in the movie. There's one that is kind of like a non-diegetic thing that is one of the main characters is like a jazz singer at like a lounge bar kind of thing, and she sings it in the movie.
Isabella Rossellini, right?
Yes, Isabella Rossellini, exactly. So she sings it in the film, but I didn't do that version. I did the version that kind of opens up the movie when it like. I know you haven't seen the movie yet, Brandon, but for everybody else who's watching,
I have seen the only parts that. So I've seen a couple clips, and not only. I just said only. It's not. But one of the parts that I have seen is the actual opening.
Oh, it's which is one of the most.
That-
That's
that
like
goes
classic
from the beginning all the way to the roaches.
Yeah, that's one of the most classic all-time, like all cinema openings like ever. So that's awesome. So yeah, that and then you're familiar. Then it opens with Blue Velvet, the song, and it's
Yeah,
like a fireman like in a white picket fence, and everyone's just like happy.
Weird.
Yeah, howdy doody. And yeah, so that
And
opening.
then the guy watering his lawn has like a heart attack or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, really great. So I did a remix of that version of the song, and I managed to, after a lot of trial and error, working with like a million different like vocal isolating like services and like products and free ones, paid ones, all kinds of shit. I finally found one that I was like, okay. Because the original vocal stems for that don't exist. You can't just go get those.
Right.
It's a really, I don't know. It's not the kind of song people are like, oh, where are the stems for Bobby Vinton's Blue Velvet? Like nobody's, just me.
Right. It's not like Thriller or something.
Yeah.
That people want. Yeah.
So I managed to find a service that stripped the vocals away enough in a way that is like, to me, like, it really opens up some possibilities for me. Because usually I'm always just looking for stems, and I will continue to first and foremost always look for like the cleanest isolated stems.
Yeah.
But this one did such a good job. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I'll show you guys it later in the show.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think? You heard it. I thought it sounded pretty incredible.
Yeah, it does. I mean, for the longest time. So what Nate's talking about is basically this whole thing, the answer to the whole problem. How do you get the original vocals from the song that you're remaking into a reggae song or whatever?
Yeah.
How do you get those vocals out? And so Nate, since the early days of Black Market, has been doing it like the best way, the most clean and most like kind of hardcore way to do it, which is to find somewhere, somehow on the black market of the internet, which
Yep.
it sort of one of the origins of why you named it that, I think, right?
Totally. Yeah.
You have to scour the internet for somewhere out there somebody actually does have the original isolated vocal recording from that song. Then there's all the other 99% of music out there where those are not available. Those original, solo isolated recordings of the original singer. So you got to use some kind of AI, some kind of
software
program
that strips the music away but leaves the lead vocal.
Yes, so it does it artificially, takes the whole sound, the whole recording of the full song, and strips out just the vocal, and that leaves a lot of like weird spider sounds.
Yeah.
In there. Different programs do it to varying degrees of quality, but so far, until possibly this one that you found, none of them are like really, really, truly that clean.
Yeah.
And so that way has been how I've been doing it. Like all the
Which is
the
not a
Wise Owl
bad
versions.
It's not a bad way to do it. It's really not.
Because in my experience, it's really well covered by the rest of the music that's in there. It's really only a problem in moments where the vocals really bare and really like unaccompanied by other sounds and other music.
Like a dub version. That's my problem.
Right. Yes. So, yeah, man. So I have heard through once the Blue Velvet version, and it sounds really good. And I also totally independently of you found this same program that you're talking about.
Nice.
And I used it. I'm pretty sure that's what I used to get the vocal for the Alicia Keys song,
cool.
which is coming out soon, by the way.
Nice.
But only just for like my reference purposes. But it is so good that I think I am gonna also include and release in there a version of that has Alicia's original voice.
Yeah, I think you should, because it's always cool when you do that.
I think I should. Yeah.
Yeah, it's called like LALA.ai. It's like lala.ai is the program, and it's paid. And look, I'm not gonna say it's perfect, because it's not. I think this technology is like 10, 15 years from now, we may not be having this conversation. It might just be so good that it's like, it's insane. But
have you seen the new Waves noise reduction plugin?
No.
So Waves, I haven't used it myself, but from the way that it appears, what it looks like, and Andy says, I think you should. Yeah, oh my God. Andy
is the Alicia Keys, please.
He won't let it go.
Dude, hey, Andy, keep his feet to the fire, man. Look, Andy, you would think I'd have at least heard some of this Alicia Keys behind the scenes kind of progress that he's been making, which he has been making. I've heard fucking zilch. So he's keeping it real under wraps. I know Brandon, he's a perfectionist. He wants it to be perfect before he shows anybody anything or before he drops anything. It's coming. You guys saw the Bandcamp message he put out the other day. It's coming. It's coming.
It's coming.
Yeah.
It's almost done.
Yeah.
And I'm very excited. It's another one that's up there like in the realm of like the Tears for Fears one that I did, just in terms of how complicated it is and like how layered it is. It's kind of going all out.
Yeah.
But I'm very happy with it. What the hell was I about to say?
Something about Alicia Keys.
Yeah. Oh, the new Waves noise reduction plugin. So I haven't used it myself, but if everything that we're seeing about it is true, and it seems like it is, it's pretty much like a complete game changer in the realm of noise reduction plugins, which is they're audio plugins that you can put on the recording of a voice and basically just like just magically turn down the sound of the street that's behind the person talking, or the wind, or the little bzzz noise or whatever, and just magically turn it down without affecting the quality of the voice, which is normally an issue.
I think I did see like a little video about this, and it was like incredible. It was like a movie post-production thing.
Yeah. What it looks like the quality of it and how well it does that process seems like it's as big of a leap as when it went from that doesn't exist to what we've been dealing with before.
Right.
You know, like,
I might
because that was a big deal. Oh my God, noise reduction plugin exists. When they first came out, it was like such a game changer.
Like all the DBX stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because even though it's not perfect, and it does affect the sound, and it does alter the sound negatively a little bit, but just the fact that you can do it to that extent that you can do it was like a total game changer.
Right.
This seems like it's like that again, just how cleanly this does it.
I'm in the market for that because, as you know, some of you may or may not know, every single mix that comes through my studio, High Noon, every mix I do goes to tape.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of what I believe tape can do for a mix, and it's kind of my I like having that sonic footprint from my studio and my tape machine to be on every mix that I do. It's like the final stamp I put on a mix, and it always makes my mixes sound better, even when my mixes are like fucking fire. When I put it through tape, it's way better. But my noise reduction software, Isotope RX, which is amazing, it's spotty. It's sometimes it's great. Like
exactly.
Okay,
The industry standard ones, the best ones are a little
like for instance,
that's been as good as the technology can get so far.
For instance, I had this issue come up the other day on a mix I was doing for a client, which was really frustrating because it's always, when I'm doing noise reduction on my own stuff, it's fucking cake, piece of pie, it's super easy.
But when it's for
it's for my client,
something is wrong.
I'm like, oh, that sounds bad. Like that made it worse. So what happens is you send a mix through tape, you bring it back into your computer. Now the mix sounds better, but it's hidden now under, it's not hidden, but there's now a sheen of tape hiss over the mix. And it's really high frequency stuff. And a lot of older recordings, they didn't even bother with trying to deal with it, even when there was noise reduction software or noise reduction hardware back then. I always try to get it out because I want my clients to hear all the best things the tape machine can do with none of the drawbacks. Which is possible because I do it on every mix that I do. But every once in a while, like if I print a mix to tape that has other high frequency information in the same kind of band, in the same range as my as the tape hiss, the noise reduction software, you basically run a sample of just the tape hiss through the noise reduction software, and you make it learn that sonic profile. And then by whatever algorithm it uses, it only turns down that noise, right? But if there's other high frequency information that doesn't exactly match that profile, and is usually probably scattered and intermittent, you hear digital artifacting, right? Because it's trying to pump down the tape hiss high end while leaving the other high end, like kind of hiss. So it's like there's two different hisses that have two different sonic wave patterns. One that is all over the place and fluctuating all the time, and another that's like totally static. So sometimes you'll hear pumping, sometimes you'll hear it just come in and out, and it's just like, and the more you try to use the software to get rid of it, the worse it sounds. Whereas if there's no competing high end information that's like way up, and I'm talking like between above 15K, above 18K, like way up there kind of stuff, then it works great. Then you literally can just, it's like turning a volume knob of the hiss up and down. It's like, it's incredible. But, it's not.
This new one might be
I'm gonna have to get
Might
it.
be a
I
big
think.
deal for you.
Yeah, I have to just get it.
Have you? I've been learning recently. So I don't have a tape machine like you do.
You said that like like it's like a piece of alien technology. I don't have a tape machine.
If am I pronouncing that correctly? Tape machine.
Mr. Scientist.
In English, please.
Mr. Scientist.
What the fuck am I saying? But for some reason, I have been learning about the process of companding with a tape machine. Have you?
No.
Kind of. This is. I think is one of those things that's kind of like a lost art. Lost like technique of the tape dark arts from before our time. We've talked before about
I have an idea in my head of what you're about to say, but go ahead.
So yeah, like we've talked before about you and I are from the generation of engineers that's like basically like the first ones to never have learned on tape or worked on tape. But you actually did when you were in school though, right? You guys when you went to Berkeley.
They let us play with a tape machine and I only exploded a whole reel of tape like once, but
And then they're like, okay, the lesson's over. That's the last.
Okay, no, don't do that ever again. Let's just say my tape splicing skills left room to be desired.
Okay.
And my splices didn't exactly hold up against a lot of high torque scrubbing from a certain tape machine at Berkeley, which then
And it ripped the tape in half.
My splices my splices were shit. And that was the whole point of the
so
class.
they that's when you cut tape and like tape it together or glue it together.
Yeah,
to make an edit.
Yeah, and so I put a reel on after I'd done all these splices that I was assigned to do, and like I rewound it, and then I like stopped, and I just was putting stress on the tape too much, and it just like at one point just. And just like everything started spinning, and the reel just like it was like confetti, just like fucking everywhere. And I was in the studio by myself, and I was just like, "Oh
You're by yourself.
my god, what the fuck did I do?" And luckily for me, I had thought ahead of time because I knew I was gonna suck at this assignment and I was gonna fuck it up. I went out and bought my own reel of tape to practice on, and that was my practice reel.
Whoa.
So that reel went in the garbage, and then I did the real assignment, and I think I did okay. It was fine, but
You just hid all the evidence of it and never spoke of it
let's
again.
say I booked about an hour or two in that studio, and literally 90% of my time there was just pulling tape out of this like $50,000 tape machine. Like,
Okay, so that right there is
Nightmare.
like way more experience and education of actually using a tape machine than most of the
oh yeah.
people from our generation ever had. So,
With
I've
that
been
kind of
learning-
experience, why is my phone not ringing off the hook for me to be a tape op at any studio in the country
Exactly,
with all that
exactly.
knowledge and know-how?
So I've been learning about this process of companding, which was like this technique that they would use during the process of putting the mix onto the tape. Because like for your workflow, it comes off the computer onto the tape and then back into the computer, and it has this tape hiss. It has all the noise and everything that comes off of just using the physical tape itself. So what they do is a process of encoding before the tape and decoding after the tape. So before you, so as it's going onto the tape, it gets hit with a certain EQ and compression. And then as it comes off the tape, it passes through a opposite and complementary EQ and expander.
Right.
To put it back the way that it was. And so the idea is like for example, you boost the shit out of the highs.
Yeah.
You make the high frequencies super loud and you compress them so that it hits the tape hard, so that those areas of high frequency information in the music poke out and stand out above the hiss a lot, way more than is musically desirable. So then when it comes off the tape, they get turned back down,
Right.
and the dynamics get expanded again. And so and
by
the end
by
result,
doing that, you wipe out the tape hiss.
exactly,
Yeah.
you reduce how loud the tape is. And so that apparently was like the standard practice for long. I've just learned about this recently from
That makes sense, and that's probably a
Dan
really
Worrell,
nice,
one
clean
of,
way
if
to
not
do
the
it.
best audio engineering YouTube channel, by the
Yeah.
way. Shout out Dan Worrell.
I imagine an analog solution like that for an analog problem probably sounds better than most of the digital solutions that we have, even up to this point, save for maybe that Waves plugin you were talking about. But
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, even if they're like, if you handcrafted some process like that, even if it was just EQ boost and then EQ reduction after or something, then maybe you could get it just so that the difference between the music and the tape hiss is greater,
yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
So that it would be more easy for your plugin to grab it or something.
right. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought you were going to say. Not really, I guess, but what I kind of thought you were going to say is if you had like, I think you might have to do this with like, well, basically like if you had like a gate on your tape machine and you had it just rolling, just playing blank tape that had your hiss, and you had a gate with like a super gnarly threshold on it, set for that tape hiss, so to turn down when it hears that tape sound, and you had it like side chained to your mix that has tape hiss on it,
Oh, interesting.
could pull it down that way maybe. I might even just try that. I don't think it would work that well, just mostly because I would be trying to do it, so it would probably fuck it up. But
You might invent a new technique.
yeah. So Kyle B says, I recorded my band on a Tascam 4-track when I was in high school. That completes my knowledge of tape. Yeah. I mean,
Exactly.
dude, hey man, Tascams, they're fucking rule. Brandon knows I had a Tascam 388 for years. I just got rid of it when I moved to Nashville. I bought it in California, brought it with me to Boston, put it in storage when I was in Spain, brought it back from Boston to LA, and then from LA brought it to Nashville. Like, that's how much I loved that thing. And only when I needed my studio to grow was when I sold that thing for a smaller profile tape machine. But I mean, it's literally like a jumbo cassette recorder. Like, that's basically what it's a jumbo, like, Tascam cassette recorder is kind of what it is. It just uses 1/4-inch tape instead of however big cassette tape. It's cassette 1/4-inch. It probably has to be, huh? Or is it smaller than that? It's like 1/8-inch. I don't know.
Yeah, cassette is smaller than quarter.
It's gotta be,
Yeah. I recorded. So, I mean, when you were a kid, when you first started recording, I mean, it was with like cassette recorder, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think so. So maybe what I said before is a little bit inaccurate. Where we're the first generation who never used tape. We never used like, or we didn't learn on reel to reel tape, like full set, like 1/2-inch tape, 1/4-inch tape, or whatever.
Yeah.
But we, like, all of us started recording on cassette tape.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes.
It's
Gotcha.
like
Gotcha, boomer generation of actual knowledgeable engineers.
Yeah. Can you record a garage band with a single Nady vocal mic and a 4-track cassette recorder?
Yeah, bought for
Can you
sale
do
at
that?
Radio Shack, which is a store that used to exist.
Let's see
where
you
could
do
buy
that.
things.
And get other 9th graders to actually pay money for that cassette
Wow.
that you copy by hand.
Yeah, you just make
in a boombox.
new generations upon generation of
Exactly.
shitty sound
How you make
cassette.
copies of your band's EP
That's awesome.
with a boombox and press play and record and make copies.
That is fucking awesome.
Man.
I want to jump over to Mailbag, because we're already talking about plugins, and we got a mailbag about plugins today.
Real quick, can I ask you one question to go back to the superhero thing before we move on from that?
Okay, that's really important. So yeah, let's talk about it.
Okay, so I've been having this.
I love that you've been sitting on this for half an hour.
I've been wanting to ask you this for half an hour.
Oh my god. Yeah. Okay.
Been having this discussion with my girlfriend,
Okay.
and I want to know what you think about this question. We don't have an answer.
Griselda's right.
Definitive answer. Yeah, you're probably gonna agree with her and say the exact same thing. But okay, so here's my question. The thing that I don't get. Okay, so in terms of the most popular superheroes.
Okay.
The most famous, most widely popular.
Batman,
superheroes.
Superman, Spider-Man.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So I totally get why the two most popular, Superman, Batman.
Yes.
It makes perfect sense.
Yes.
Superman is just like, 40s style good.
Mm-hmm.
Batman, it's a darker,
Yeah.
much more complicated kind of anti-hero thing.
Yeah.
Right? Red and blue and black.
Yeah.
Superman can do anything.
Yes.
If you're into
Which
the
arguably
idea,
makes him really boring, but yeah.
right? But if what touches you and reaches you about the concept of superheroes is like just full on abilities, and I could do like magic is real, and I could do anything at any time that I wanted, and I have that power, and I use it for good, and I just save the day, and just save the world, and it's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Superman is the freaking epitome of that. He's the pinnacle of that.
Yes.
But Batman, if you're into, something a bit more complicated, like the rules are not so, there's challenges, like every single thing that he does is like is an uphill battle.
Yeah. Thought out ahead of time. And
yeah. He's facing people who have the advantage over him all the time.
Yeah, because he's not a superhero. He's just a guy.
Right.
Who fights superheroes a lot of times, or super villains, or whatever.
Yeah, people who have various abilities that he doesn't have. So you can see, it's easy to see the dichotomy.
Yes.
If you're into this style, there's like the peak of that, because there's many other heroes that you could be into, but Superman is the top one. And if you're into this style, there's many other heroes that you could be into, but Batman is the top one. Makes sense.
Okay.
So here's my question.
I'm with you so far.
Here's my question.
Okay.
What, out of all the other superheroes that exist, out of all the other ones, why is the third most popular one Spider-Man? Why is it Spider-Man?
That is such a broad question, but let me articulate to you why I think Spider-Man is so popular. Because you're right. If there was a 1, 2, 3, it would be those three.
Why? Yeah. Why him? Why not one of any number of other heroes?
Okay.
What
Spider-Man, I think. Okay. Here's the thing. Superman can literally do anything. He was like the first superhero. Really. He literally. There's no weakness that Superman has except for kryptonite. But I mean, if Superman's gonna go stop a bank robbery or whatever, it's like it's like crushing an ant or something.
Yeah.
It's not a challenge, which I think
he's gonna win.
Yeah, he's gonna win no matter what. Yeah. Which arguably, like I said, I think makes Superman kind of boring. But that's where you have to dive into the comics and you find the stories where people have to really creatively work around the problem that is Superman's inherent ability to do anything. So you can still mine. There are still good Superman stories to be mined, like for sure. Batman, way easier to see why he's popular, because he's just a guy. He goes through somewhat relatable struggles. Not really, because he's a billionaire.
He's a billionaire and an orphan.
And like a CEO and an orphan. Those are all things that like not a lot of people can.
Small number of people can relate to.
A much smaller number of people can relate to, especially compared to Superman.
Yeah.
Well, Superman, nobody can relate to being Superman. Like
he's an alien.
Because he's an alien. You can relate to Clark Kent being kind of a nerdy whoever guy. But Superman, not so much. Batman, obviously he's got, there's the dark side to him. He's not a superhero. He deals with more relatable problems, right? Which I think is why he has a little bit broader of a fan base, because he's just a guy. You can kind of imagine Batman in a weird world existing in real life.
Yeah.
Now, Spider-Man, why I think he's the most popular, and why I think even like the creator Stan Lee would say he's probably so popular, is because he's a kid. He's a kid. He deals, yes, he's Spider-Man, and that's all well and good, and that's fun. But he has homework. He goes on dates. He has girl trouble. He's late. He's poor. He lives with his parents. He lives with his aunt. It's less that he's Spider-Man. It's more that it's Peter Parker is super relatable, especially for kids growing up that want to read comic books. Because it's like you grow up reading comic books, and it's like Spider-Man ideally is supposed to be like 15 or something. Like he's supposed to be like a child, basically.
Right.
Who is Spider-Man. So it's like, he's like, oh shit, I have 8th period science, but also
there's
Green
a bank
Goblin
robbery happening.
Yeah, there's a bank robbery, or the Green Goblin's like blowing up the whatever, Right. So it's really the Peter Parker side of it, like, that makes it more relatable. And in ascending order from Superman to Batman, you can see how it's not the superheroes that make them more likable or not. It's really it's not the alter egos. It's the original people under the mask or under the costume that make them so relatable. So Superman, he's literally an alien, not relatable. I don't care if he grew up in Anytown, USA, and has a job at a whatever. He's an alien. Okay, I don't care. Batman, he's a guy at least, but he's a billionaire. Nobody can relate to that.
Yeah,
and then you get Peter Parker.
He lives a 1% life.
Exactly. And then you got Peter Parker, who is literally the every guy, every kid. Plus, Spider-Man, there's so many iterations of Spider-Man. There have been, like, they're not always Peter Parker, but there's like a million different Spider-Man that they've created over the years. There's like a black Spider-Man. There's female Spider-Man. There's Spider-Girl, Spider-Woman. There's just like a million iterations of it that just like kind of open it up to be so inclusive, and so there's just so many more angles they've taken Spider-Man, whereas with Batman and Superman, it's like, because they're essentially like the closest thing we have to like gods, like Greek style gods in our culture. Their backstory is so locked down. It's so limited. And to be fair, there have been other iterations of Batman and Superman where there's Supergirl, there's a billion different Batman now, so they've kind of opened that up since Spider-Man. Like I think they've kind of seen what Spider-Man did, and that there's like a million Spider-Man, iterations, and now it's the same could be said about most superheroes. But what's the chat think?
Andy says Spider-Man also has a human element to him, and is also from a different comic universe. Mavel. I'm not sure what that means, but and he also points out they're all orphans too. All three
Oh
of
yeah,
them.
that's true. I guess they all are orphans, I guess, if you think about it. Yeah. But that would be my answer. I think Spider-Man's just the most relatable of like any superhero, because he's like a kid basically, and he's not rich. He's super poor. Most superheroes, they kind of not most, but a lot of superheroes, they take the like the Bruce Wayne backstory. Like I think the Green Hornet, or maybe not the Green Hornet. What's the one that has the CW show? That guy's like a billionaire. Most of the super villains are like billionaires, or like crime lords that just have tons of money.
Yeah, the villain's for sure always a rich guy.
Yeah. I don't know. What do you think about that? That's my answer to your question.
No, it makes perfect sense, man. Yeah. I get it. I feel like you just straight up answered my question. Thank
Amazing. You. No rebuttal necessary.
Nope. Makes sense now.
Ask the nerd and you shall receive an answer.
Speaking of asking the nerd, mailbag.
Oh, sweet. Yeah.
See, I got you. I took you back home.
Yeah, you did. Thank you.
I got you.
Okay, so this is from Avenue Nights.
Oh, nice.
He's a subscriber I think we have on YouTube. He
It's
says,
my homie AJ.
oh, nice.
What
Awesome.
up, Age? Yep.
So he says, hey, Black Market, 863 subscribers. Hell yeah, keep it going. Awesome. And actually, I think we're up to 867 now.
No.
Can you, and this is territory we've covered before, but I would be willing to bet that people watching maybe didn't see that episode or whatever, so I'm happy to go over it again. But he says, can you awesome dudes recommend a good saturation plugin? I would love to just refer him to the episode where we literally spent like a half hour talking about saturation plugins, but I can't remember which episode that is. So
right, yeah.
We might as well talk about it again.
I was just about to say, can we remember which one it
no.
is?
I cannot.
Yeah. That's all right. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. You want to go first?
Yeah. So my feelings on this haven't changed since the last time we talked about it. But to answer your question, Avenue Nights, AJ, who actually is wearing a Batman hat in his profile picture, which I just noticed.
Yeah,
which
he's
is
a
fucking
huge
awesome.
Batman fan.
Fuck yeah. Hey, props, AJ. So I use...
Oh, Kyle just started following Wise Owl on Bandcamp.
Hell yeah.
Thanks for
Kyle.
the follow, Kyle.
Appreciate that, buddy.
Everybody else, if you're not already following Wise Owl on
Then what the fuck?
Bandcamp,
What are you
be
doing?
sure to follow.
If you're
Okay,
not
go ahead.
doing it, then why? So yeah, I have a template in Reaper, which is mapped 1-to-1 to my console here at High Noon. And I have an iteration on every single track, I have an iteration of the Reaper JS saturation plugin, like their proprietary saturation plugin across every channel. Turned up 100%. I just think it sounds great. It's actually something Brandon showed me when he first got me into Reaper years and years ago. It just literally brings out so many friendly and delicious harmonics out of every single track, no matter what it is. Sometimes the only ones I don't use it on will be like effects channels. I don't always use it on that. Like on reverb, sometimes I leave reverbs alone. But it's worth kind of messing around with. Other saturation plugins I love.
I know AJ uses the DAW Studio One.
Okay. So you won't be able to use that saturation plugin. But for other saturation plugins that I love that you will be able to use, I have the Sound Toys bundle. And in there is Decapitator. I think is it's a great compressor, but I think an even better distortion unit and saturation unit. So I'll use that to distort or saturate bass. That's kind of on like the far end of the spectrum as far as saturation goes. Like if I really want to dirty something up, I'll throw distressor on it, like a vocal or a bass or something like that, or if I want to like super compress like some drum room mics or something, I'll put an instance of Decapitator on each channel. And then the one that Brandon showed me recently that now I use all the time, it literally might replace the Reaper saturation plugin.
Yeah, it's kind of a revelation.
A major revelation, especially because you can get it in mono and stereo instances too, which is super cool. Is the Waves plugin Vitamin. Vitamin,
how much it costs right now, so we can just tell AJ about that. I'm gonna look up how much it costs at the moment. Go ahead.
That'd be awesome.
Keep talking.
Kyle B, no love for stock Ableton saturation. I do like that one. I don't find myself using it as often as I use the Reaper stuff. Usually just because like I actually use Ableton in conjunction with Reaper like all the time. Like I actually track everything in Ableton because of how easy it is to like time correct stuff. And I'll do small mix things there, but for the most part I keep everything kind of alone. I just do like arranging and stuff in Ableton, and then I send it over to Reaper, which is where my saturation happens. So just because I know I'm going to saturate it in Reaper later, I typically don't use saturation in Ableton, except for now that I do, because Vitamin. Vitamin, I find, and me and Brandon have talked about this before, Vitamin is great because you can saturate 4 different bands of frequency information. So you have like a band that can saturate just the sub frequencies.
5 bands.
Oh, 5? Is it 5 bands?
5.
So
5
it's
bands.
like sub, then like the low end, then
Low
low
mid,
mids, high
mid,
mids,
high
and
mid,
highs.
and highs.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the Reaper one that I really like, or even the Decapitator one, it's just like it just saturates everything, and it kind of you're just saturating the whole track as it is. But with Vitamin, you have a little bit more control. It's kind of more like an exciter in that way, or it's similar to an exciter in that way. So yeah, you can choose what frequency bands you want to saturate. And the reason I love doing that is, like, Brandon has a dope recording setup. His stuff, when he tracks his stuff, it just sounds fucking money every time. When I track stuff in my studio, it needs a little bit of love. My studio's set up for mixing and production and stuff like that. It's not necessarily set up for fantastic recording. That's kind of a shortcoming of this studio, which I want to shore up, over time. So for instance, like, I'll record guitar tracks, and I record it into a ribbon mic that I really like, but they sound a little thin sometimes. And naturally with ribbon mics, some of the high end is going to be rolled off too, which is actually kind of desirable. But what I love about Vitamin is, like, for instance, I'll bring in a guitar track that sounds a little thin, and I can literally just saturate like the low mids or the mids, and all of a sudden it just sounds like a really full, well-balanced recorded guitar. So it's really great for instruments you've recorded that you now listen back and you think, oh, there's actually there's a few shortcomings here in what I've recorded, and I don't want to go re-record it. Say you love the performance, or for whatever reason you can't re-record it. Let's say it's someone else recorded it, and you had no control over how it was recorded. This plugin, like, it's like 5 little magic knobs. Like, you can just kind of tweak the sound of this track, so that you actually have something better to start with, right? It's like the first thing I'll put on a track, as opposed to like the some of the other saturation plugins that are that kind of saturate the whole track. I'll put them at the very end of a chain, but in this instance, I put them at the very Vitamin goes at the very beginning for me. Those are my answers. I imagine Brandon will probably have similar answers to that. There's a million saturation plugins, and they can all do different things, and they're all they're all really cool in their own way. But those are my favorites. Probably those 3. Vitamin being the most like a Swiss Army knife of saturation. How about you? How about you, Brandon?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I think the ones that I was going to talk about and recommend are for me, the big 2 are Decapitator.
Yeah.
That you mentioned, and Vitamin that you mentioned, and for all the same reasons that you say. By the way, Vitamin right now, for AJ and for everybody else, costs $30.
Damn,
from Waves.
That's a deal, and I'm sure you could get a Waves bundle or something too that'll kind of get you a whole bunch of stuff. But for $30, dude, I would pay $30 for that fucking thing. It's amazing.
Yeah. So I would say, though, Vitamin is really good for fine tuning stuff, but it doesn't. It's not like Decapitator, the very first Reaper specific saturation plugin that you mentioned, and a couple others. There's a bunch of saturation plugins that work like those ones, which are basically just like a magical sound better button.
Yeah.
You just put it on, turn it up, and it just magically sounds better.
Yeah.
You know, and it works like that. Vitamin isn't really like that. Vitamin,
No.
you have to actually use it and actually get in there and learn how to use it.
Yeah.
So, and you can learn how to use it. It's not that hard to learn, but it's not like a thing where you can go just across the mix and put one here, put one there, put one there, put one there, put one there, and just enhance everything. Like you have to actually spend the time to dial in the settings for each one.
Yeah.
So it's still worth having for those times and for those instances. But I would say, in terms of a across the board Swiss Army knife saturation plugin, which is just a magical sound better machine.
Yeah.
The way to go is Decapitator.
Yeah.
And the other alternative, this one costs a bit more money, but I think it is the best. It's the Oxford Inflator.
Okay.
So Oxford Inflator costs about $150, $160, but that is like the biggest. Just okay. Well, that just magically sounds twice as good. Okay,
Right.
and I can't really explain why. And then I would mention two more that I use all the time. That are both from Waves, and they're both saturation plugins that are used not in the sense of adding noticeable distortion, and not in the sense of doing anything that is like noticeable or perceptible. This is purely during the final touch-up mix stage, if not during like the stage where you're now like mastering something. Well, I don't know. It's like at the end of the mix stage, a final layer of like a subtle kind of saturation that is technically distortion, but it's distortion in the way that is emulating what this mix would sound like if it were recorded through this console.
Yeah.
Type saturation. They're both from Waves. They both cost $30 right now. The first one is NLS.
Okay.
I use NLS on everything that I do. It's sort of complicated, and you definitely have to like learn how to use it. But essentially, it's a series of plugins that you put across various channels, and then you put one on your master channel, and it emulates. So it's an emulation. They took 3 different actual recording consoles and took a sample and took an emulation of each individual channel of these consoles. So I think there's 32 individual channels modeled, and then they modeled the master bus of each of these consoles. And so you go through your session and you simulate what it would be like if this whole mix was passing through these channels.
Which is super cool.
It's very cool.
Each iteration is slightly different from the last, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, you've mentioned this plugin a couple times, and I've yet to use it, but I would really like to. Even though I actually have a console already, so it might be a little redundant, but I'd like to hear it actually. I'd like to like throw it in an Ableton session or something where I'm just passing through like my left-right bus, but to actually throw it on each channel, I'd like to check out how that works.
So it's saturation that's subtle to the point of like it's impossible for you to be able to identify, if you just listen to a song, to identify if this has it on it or not. Like there's no way to tell.
Yeah.
The only way that you can notice is if you have this on your song, you have this on your mix, and then you take it off, and you just look and you just listen to and look at the difference that it's making. You know what I mean? That like just it by itself, it doesn't sound saturated. It just sounds like
Really good.
it just has a quality. Like this is just what it sounds like. So it's super subtle. And then the other one is also by Waves, also $30. J37 tape. Some people prefer the Kramer Master Tape plugin, which is also $30,
cool.
also from Waves.
I like the Kramer one. That one's pretty
sweet. To me, they're two flavors of the exact same thing, and it's a plugin that simulates what it is like if you pass your mix, if you were to print it onto tape, like how you do in real life.
Yeah.
And again, that's extremely subtle. Just in isolation, if you just listen to a song, there's no way that you'll be able to tell that it's on there. But yeah.
Another one I like, you kind of reminded me of one that Sound Toys has, is Radiator. It's super cool.
Okay, good. Because I'm going to talk about Devil Lock at the end.
Oh, nice. Radiator is another cool one. It's $100 from Sound Toys. Although if you get the bundle, I think it's probably a lot cheaper to just. I think the bundle's $500 and you get like 20 plugins or something. But Radiator is really cool. It's kind of a depending on how you use it, it can be a very blunt instrument, or you can kind of tone it down and leave it pretty subtle. But it's basically like a on their website, it says it's a 1567A tube mixer emulation. So it's kind of emulating going through like I would imagine probably a really late 50s, early 60s style tube mixing console. And it's really cool. It's a very specific sound. I think like if I was mixing kind of like a Motown, like kind of a lo-fi, like soul, like northern soul thing, I would
Velvet type thing.
Maybe. I would go to Radiator like right away. It's I'm not gonna say it's like a thin sound because it isn't always thin, but it's really like it's hard to describe, but it's really really cool. And short of actually running your stuff through some kind of old janky weird console, that's a really cool option. If you want like a ton of color on your mix, I would definitely recommend Radiator. That one's cool.
Yeah, I gotta get it. I gotta play around with that one a bit more. I haven't hardly used it at all.
That's right. You bought the Sound Toys bundle. It's so rad.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
I have them all. Last one I'll mention. AJ, we're talking about a lot of different saturation plugins here.
This is actually a better coverage of saturation plugins than probably the last time we talked about it.
Yeah. Is one, it's by Sound Toys. It's called Devil Lock.
That's a cool one too.
So this one is not subtle. It's not the style of like, just a little sweetening, just a little magical. Oh, now it just sounds better. Don't know why. It's not like that. This is a full-on distortion sound. So I do know a lot of the music that AJ makes uses, like a distorted sound is part of what he needs and what he's doing in his productions. So for that, I'd say Devil Lock and also Waves has this guitar pack. It's called GTR. I think that also probably costs $20 or $30 from Waves. It's a full thing. It has like guitar amp head simulator, guitar cab simulator, but the main thing though for Distortion Land is that it has a plugin that is an emulation of a bunch of different guitar pedals, and some of the distortion guitar pedals in there are, I think, some of the best. Like, when it comes to like if you have like a vocal and you want to, it's all distorted sounding or whatever it is, you need to distort a sound and like crunch it up and everything. Just these real simple emulations of a guitar distortion pedal in there are like the best ways to do it. And then there's also passing your sound through a real, actual, physical guitar pedal.
Yeah.
Is a good way to get distortion.
Yeah. Wow. Well, this is a great rundown of saturation plugins. I always love plugin questions like this. So please, if you guys out there are watching the show and you have questions for either Brandon or I or both of us, it doesn't matter what it's about. It could be about Superman. It could be about dub. It could be about plugin recommendations. It could be about mix techniques. It could be about what kind of reverbs do you guys like to use and when and how and why. Shoot us an email. It's in the email address is in the description of the video. It's blackmarketreggae@gmail.com. And make sure the subject line is mailbag. And literally ask us anything. And we will happily read it on the show. And you will prompt a cool little discussion over whatever you ask us about.
That's right.
So, as much as I would like to say that segment was brought to you by Sound Toys and Waves, I cannot say that. We do not get paid by anybody.
Right, yeah.
Except for you guys.
No.
If you guys are watching and you'd like to contribute to the show, check out below. There are some QR codes which you can point with your phone at the screen and send us a little PayPal donation. Your donation will pop up over here once you donate. Or, more preferably, join our Patreon. Patreon.com/blackmarketdub. Or our Bandcamp page has a subscription model as well, so go to our Bandcamp page and check it out. We've actually lost a couple subscribers the last few weeks, which makes me really sad.
What?
We have, yes. Perfectly put. Sound effect there. Not too many, but we've lost like 2 or 3 over the last couple of months, and all for understandable reasons. You know, it's times are tough for everybody. But if you if your wallet is fat and feeling generous, please go to our Patreon. You could sign up for as little as $1 a month.
There we go.
And help us keep the show going. Because we're having more fun doing this show than probably ever, and we're closing in on 40 episodes. But nonetheless, the show has to be sustainable, and we have to have money for stuff. So please help us out. Go to Patreon, shoot us a donation at the links.
Yeah, because we're doing this in the middle of the day on a weekday right now.
Yeah, so, exactly. Yeah, we're not exactly doing this on lunch break or anything.
This is our job. You're looking at it.
Yep.
We probably missed Andy. Andy's probably already gone. It says, have a good show, lads. Off to walk the parents around Edinburgh. That's
nice.
Awesome. Is that where you are, Jocko, by the way? Is that your hometown? I know Papa Jocko is in Scotland for sure.
Yeah.
Don't know where.
Yeah,
but,
there's a loose talk of a meetup. I'm praying for a photo. I want to.
I know exactly.
Yeah. But yeah. So let's switch gears to music submissions. Yeah.
Yes.
That's the sound of music time. Music submission. There's the sound again.
Wait. Turning the wrong knobs. Listener music.
Yes. Hey, look at this. So, Crashnerve. He was actually in the chat last week. I shot him an email to let him know that we'd be playing his stuff today. Haven't seen him in the chat yet, but I hope he pops up because I'd love to talk to him while we listen to this. But for those of you who are unfamiliar with this segment, what me and Brandon do is every week we listen to some music submitted by you guys. So you guys are out there producing music. You guys are out there recording and hustling and doing your thing just like we are. And we have a slightly, probably by a fraction of a percentage point, more influential platform than you do, so we would like to use that to help promote some cool music being made out there by fellow independent music producers and creators, just like us. So if you'd like to submit music to the segment, same as before, go to blackmarketreggae@gmail.com, and in the subject line put music submission, and send us like ideally a Bandcamp link, YouTube link, but Spotify, Tidal, SoundCloud works great too. We can do any of those. All right, so something's happening with Brandon.
Yeah, I'm gonna have something to share.
Okay,
after
cool.
this song.
Before we, so that's exciting. I'm excited about that. I don't know what it is,
Yeah,
but
I'm working on something here. It's gonna be good.
let's check out
Oh,
Crashnerve.
shit.
Here, let's start it over.
Like you don't know at all how far that I fall. You don't know how I fall. You don't know at all, 'cause you won't even call when this shit get hard. You just take it out. See the blunt smoke in your head. I see death everywhere. It's not about the fact that I'm scared. It's the fact that I just don't care. When I pull up, I just hope that you're aware. Yes, as of recent, I've been going off a dare. So I made a promise to myself that I'd make it there. Now I'm so fucking prepared, writing bars under these stairs. All you really do is stare, plotting shit up in my lair. Like I wanna hit the scene, can't be seen on the TV. Stuck to making all this heat, but it's you I wanna meet. And I do not got the time for these people. Reasoning with the common evil. Eject the song, now it's fucking lethal. Make a hole in the plot, now it's fucking see-through. Now it's see-through, now it's see-through. You don't know how I fall. You don't know at all, 'cause you won't even call when this shit get hard. You just take it out on you, and it's not fair. Put blame on, make the same song, think about it all day long. Where do people like me belong? I can't fucking handle all this pressure, dog. Really sorry, I don't think that I can make the cut. Since the day that I was stuck up in a rut, asking all these questions, now I'm asking you for what? What a nice asshole with a nice ass butt. So when you leave, make sure that the door is shut. If I love again, I'll make the same mistakes. I love the pain that something nice will take. Looking in your eyes, I start to get the stakes. How much would it cost if all this breaks? Throw the ashes all in the lake. Me and you, we get to the debate. I don't know if we even relate, so let's just say don't know how I fall. You don't know at all, 'cause you won't even call when this shit get hard. You just take it out on you, and it's not fair.
Nice, super cool.
That was dope.
Yeah. So this is a good example of like this is a good example of using auto-tune in a way that is like super contemporary. And it,
Yeah, right. Yeah, this is long established as a very normal vocal production technique at this
Totally.
point.
yeah. So I think a lot of people have this weird misconception about auto-tune that like if you use it, that means you can't sing or you can't do this or you can't do that, which is bullshit. Bullshit. That's all bullshit. Stop saying it. Stop saying that because it's dumb and it makes you kind of sound dumb. Auto-tune is an effect at this point just like reverb or delay. Like it is as commonly used as an effect in popular music as any other kind of effect.
And that's also, based on like, it's built upon the opinion that if you can't sing, then you shouldn't be producing music.
Yeah, which is
that's
also
not true.
stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because you're not like a good singer means don't make music. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
no.
Yeah, T-Pain, famously one of the originators of autotune, or of one of the guys who popularized it. Amazing singer. Really, really great. Actually, like incredibly soulful, like amazing singer. Just happens to like using this particular effect, and it became kind of unfavorably associated with him. Emilio. Yeah. No, I will put my foot down and say autotune is, I used to be a major autotune hater, but my thoughts on it have evolved as its use has evolved over time.
We should say goodbye to Papa Jocko. We missed Andy.
Papa, peace out, buddy.
Later, Jocko.
Go hunt down Andy and his parents.
Scotland is checking out of the chat.
Yeah.
But that's okay because Travis, Scott, and Jay-Z are here to take your guys' place.
That's true,
right.
yeah.
What's up, Travis? What's up, Jay? Okay.
So yeah, I think he used it really well here, like in a really contemporary, kind of cool way. I like the track. I think the track was pretty well balanced, I would say. It was a cool little guitar loop sample he was using. The low end was really nice. Although I kind of was, I wish there was a little bit more sub low information there. Like you could tell it was, it's there, but I wasn't like feeling it as much as I should have, I think. But you can hear it. It was heard more than felt. So I wanted to feel the low end a little bit more.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. I thought it was a cool song. He has a lot to say in it. I liked that this is a really well-structured track too. Like very clear delineation between like verses and like the hook. The one thing I will say I wasn't in love with about the song was it just felt a little, I don't want to say one note. That's the wrong way to put it, but it was like one speed the whole time. He kind of came out with this cadence at this certain level of, at a particular level of energy, and regardless of what the music did, he kind of, it just stayed in second gear through the whole track. And for something like this, I think it would have been cool for him to either come down really low in energy or to come up like really high in energy in places, or something like that, just to make, just to give the track a little bit more energy. Because other than that, it's a really, really well put together track, and he's really great. And the track sounded really good too. It's definitely produced really well. That's kind of that's my main critique of it though, was show a little more range in, I don't think emotion,
like energy
but
level?
in energy level, big time.
Yeah. Can you play it low again? I want to hear some details here. But yeah, I mean, for sure, it's like this is a all the hallmarks of the production for this style of music are right there. Like this is like a really good, well-made. It's well made for, not for the style of music, but like a mistake that a lot of people will make is by using general recording, mixing, music production techniques, just like general music techniques when they're doing a specific style of music, and not fully getting into and leaning into the styles of production and techniques of production that are specific to a particular kind of music, which is like a thing that will take it from sounding amateur to sounding professional.
Yeah.
And this does go right into the hallmarks of this style.
Yeah.
And that's really good and really good to hear. I think, see, so like right here, the hats go away.
Yeah.
The kick and the snare are still there. But yeah, I think like there's like a moment like when it goes to like the third verse or the third hook or something where like the drums could go away entirely. The drums are out entirely right here, but like there's a little reverse cymbal thing happening right there. But yeah, I think like what would give it a lot more, you're talking about how it stays at the same energy level. Maybe what it needs is like more atmosphere.
Sure.
Like the moments when the drums go away, that there's like all kinds of like whooshing sounds and like fucking wind chimes and like just all kinds of like spacey, you know, kind of feeling like make it sound like how we feel when we're just like smoking a fat blunt driving at night. Say,
yeah.
You know, city lights going by you and shit, like with the windows down and everything. You know, just like atmosphere stuff.
That's my favorite lyric.
Really take it out there.
Nice ass hoe with a nice ass butt. I like
nice ass hoe with a nice ass butt. Exactly. And you could take the vocals narrow and then stereo. You know, like have like a couple lines that include like a pitch shifted down one octave.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
You know, that's like doubled in there and shit. But just like little moments and flourishes that take you around and make you look in different directions and go like, whoa, I'm surrounded by the voice. Oh, now the voice is right in front of me.
And that kind of thing is super like prevalent in hip hop since the beginning. Like, but back in the day, the way they'd accomplish that was you'd have like groups of guys doing shit where it would be like the Beastie Boys or Run DMC, where they'd all like emphasize a line or something, or they would like, you know, like each like say a line, like, and it'd be around your head or something like that. And now, in lieu of that,
nice
you can still
with a nice ass butt.
Yeah, exactly. And in lieu of that, now I think hip hop does that similar thing, but with production tricks and production techniques, like you were saying, like pitch shifting or kind of panning or throwing your voice around or whatever. And I think you doing some like you were saying, doing stuff like that to emphasize the lyrics and emphasize certain passages would go a long way towards something like that, increasing the overall energy level of the track.
I think this is what you have right here is the foundation of everything that needs to be there for a hip hop track like this. And then just all that's missing then is like all the decorations on the tree.
And you know what? Don't look, you can take our advice or you could shove our advice up our ass, which I'm sure you probably
just because we're saying it doesn't mean you need to listen to us.
You know, be aware, you know, this we're offering, you know, constructive criticism, hopefully to help you with your productions if you even were asking for that. But
dope. And one of the things another thing that I want to praise about this song is that this is professional past another one of the amateur hurdles that you see a lot in hip hop, which is that it's like it's lacking lyrics.
For sure.
One of the things that separates professional hip hop from amateur is professional hip hop. Like for every track, it's hundreds of words, you know? And a lot of amateur hip hop is like the dude came up with about 45 seconds of verse and a hook, and he tries to stretch that out into a track as much as he possibly can.
Yeah.
But the pros have they have bars, they have lyrics from the beginning to the end. And you could tell that like they cut some of it out. Yeah. They have so many lyrics, so much to say in this track. And this sounds like that. Yeah. So, you know, it sounds very professional in that way, that this is not just like a dude who is, you know, works at a toll booth who's just coming up. He came up with like 6 rhymes and he's like, okay, I'm going to go in the studio and put this on the track. Like he actually wrote the whole song.
He's not Jesse Pinkman. I mean? He's beyond Jesse Pinkman level. Yeah.
So I want to praise that.
Yeah. Well, awesome. Crashnerve, thanks for hitting us up in the chat last week. Sorry we couldn't play this last week. Hopefully you got my email and saw that we were playing this today. I hope you got something good out of our discussion of your track. And if you do take any of our constructive critiques to heart, don't remake this track. Make a new track. Make a new track with some of this in mind, and send it to us again. That's one of the things why I look forward to doing this segment so much every week is the further along we go doing this, I think the closer we get to having a repeat submitter who maybe took some of the things we said into their own production and now kind of applied some of it to a new song or something like that. So please, if any of this rang true or was helpful for you in any way, make
share
some new music.
Progress.
Make some new music. Share the progress. We'll play it on the show again. We're more than happy to.
We should follow. Are you able to follow him on?
I don't have a SoundCloud page.
Oh, nice.
Or I think I do, but I don't use it.
I'll follow you from mine.
There you go. Awesome. So the next track we've got is Summer.
Definitely a man.
Summer by Liana San Diego.
Just kidding, Liana. I'm not saying that you seem like a man in any way. That's a joke from
last week
last
we
episode.
Fucked up, and we thought 100% we were playing a track by a girl, and we were 100% wrong. So this is Summer by Liana San Diego, and let's check it out.
Gentle breeze, they look unlike any other, just like the way you look at me. But these doubts in my head, filled with worry and dread, are clouding my vision. I know things are alright between you and I, but the seasons are changing, so I'll lose this chance of finding sweet romance. If it could mean I'd gain some clarity, I'll be back someday. Find my light, so kiss me one last kiss is all I ask before the sunset fades to black, before the cool wind turns to cold, before takes its soul. 'Cause these doubts in my head, filled with worry and dread, are clouding my vision. I know we are alright, but I can't deny that the seasons are changing, so I'll lose this chance of finding sweet romance. If it could mean I'd gain some clarity, I'll be back someday. Don't weep at my way, I'll be alright. I have to find my light, so
Reggae 2 drop on the drums.
Kiss me one last time.
All right.
Wow, that was cool.
Is Liana the one who submitted, or?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So
I was wondering,
confirmed
if
for
it was
girl.
her. No, I mean, I was wondering if the the person who we're talking to, the person who submitted, is the artist, if it's her, if it's the person who produced it.
I believe it's.
Did she both sing and produce this, or?
Well, it's hard to say actually because I honestly don't know. But let's pretend that it's Liana.
Okay.
Because,
Hi, Liana.
Hi, Liana.
Good to see you.
Okay, I really liked that track, kind of a lot actually. I think that track was like a masterclass in like lyrics that manage. It's a 4-minute song that manages to paint a picture of like a moment in time without
Yes.
feeling like it's retreading ground, or without feeling like it's saying the same thing over and over and over again. Like it's like a really beautiful, simple lyrics, but like really kind of touching in the same way. Like describing kind of that like very fleeting feeling of like young love that you really only feel one time in your life. Love just doesn't hit the same.
And you can hear the youth in her voice.
Yeah.
And the way it's performed.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can hear and feel youth.
Yeah. She's believes what she's singing. I think the choice to have this really up close kind of her vocal like that.
Yep. Bone dry.
Yeah, I was going back and forth listening to this track on some of the production choices. Because on one hand, I was like, okay, it's not that they did something wrong, or if they did something different, it would have been better. But this was one way to do it, and it was actually really effective. But part of me was wondering, and actually a lot of these questions I had, or these critiques I had initially when the track started, kind of resolved themselves naturally as once the track got to the end. Because most of the track, the pattern that the drums are doing is kind of like they're a drum pattern that is like, this is the intro to the song. We're playing the first 30 seconds of the song before the drums come in and the song starts nice and proper. Yep. The drums kind of maintain the whole song.
There.
Yeah, it stays there the whole time, which part of me wanted to say, I wish they would have gone to, the hi-hat and a regular beat sooner. Or not the hi-hat. They're playing the hi-hat the whole time. But I wish they had played like a regular drum beat sooner. And then another part of me was like, well, if the lyrics are about describing like a singular moment in time, which it really is what got across to me the most, it's kind of perfect. That choice is actually really, really smart to kind of, it like leaves you hanging and wanting and waiting and anticipating, and the track still progresses, but it's like you're frozen like in this moment, which is really what it feels like. And then at the end, and I had the same thought of like, well, I kind of wish that they would do something a little bigger with her voice, or just open the track up, because like I said, it is like very close up, kind of like that sounding.
The whole thing is too, also the guitar and also the drums.
Yeah.
Bone dry.
And that's exactly what happens at the end of the song.
Right.
The whole
like, okay,
thing
so they are aware of reverb. Okay. Like at the end.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard for me to really honestly like make any genuine complaints about this one, because at least from a production standpoint, because they're doing things differently than I would do them, but that doesn't mean that they're wrong. Like I think they're doing things that I wouldn't do, and for that I actually kind of applaud them, because I can't imagine producing a track quite in this way, and it was really effective. Like if someone gave me a demo of this song and they said, here's all the emotional beats we want it to hit, here's how we want the track to feel, my first thought would be to like introduce reverb, not to like make it super dry. But by keeping it dry, by keeping her vocal up really close, it actually kind of really increases like the poignancy of the song itself.
Mad intimate.
Yeah, very, very intimate.
It's kind of like a summer love thing, you know. You imagine, okay, 16,
Yep.
in love, figuring this out, new experience, new feeling. What the
Very
hell's going
innocent.
on? And you look at it like in this picture, which connects to me because, you know, like that looks like it could be in Atascadero where we grew up.
Yeah, it does.
Like during the springtime, even though it says summer, that's what Atascadero looks like in the spring. And that like when I was 15, 16, having these like young love experiences, like that's kind of what it looked like.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
those moments happen sometimes in fields that look like that. And
Yep.
like, and one of the most like striking aspects about that experience is proximity, is close. Like the first time in my life that like there is a girl whose face is that close.
Yeah, and you're not
And
at
you
school.
can hear someone's voice that close. It's
Yeah.
like one of the things that sticks in the primal
Yeah.
brain.
Yeah, it freezes
that
you.
time.
It freezes you in your tracks for sure.
Yeah. Close physical closeness with a person. So like that and yeah, like I was also too, like early on I was thinking like, no, you got to put some reverb on that, man.
Totally.
No.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, it really, now that you point that out, I'm sold on it.
Yeah.
It accomplishes that. It makes it feel, it puts it in that kind of an environment, makes
Yeah.
it feel like that.
What I think didn't maybe need that was the guitars. I think the guitars could have been a little more removed. I think having because the guitars were just as direct and upfront. It's just that they were panned hard left right.
Yeah.
So I think that almost, there was a few times where I felt like the guitars were almost kind of stepping on her a little bit, and I would have preferred the guitars a little bit further back, and which I imagine would probably have been a hard decision to make because the drum pattern is really simple, and that fingerstyle guitar is just as much laying down a bed of music as it is like keeping
A rhythm.
a rhythm. Yeah.
Yep.
So to take that
Yeah,
away,
I have a whole rhythm thing
yeah. So to
to
take
say. Yeah.
that finger played guitar away from the front, you may have lost the pulse of the song a little bit.
Right. Right.
But nonetheless, I kind of wish those were pulled back just a hair.
So there's a technique, there's a reverb technique that could be good here, which is creating, because, you know, obviously you can tell the way that this song was produced is by individually recorded elements, and most of them, if not all of them, sound like they're direct
Yeah.
or software instruments. Like the drums sound like they're software instruments. The guitar sounds like it was
Drums-
recorded direct.
The drums sound like software, but it was like good. They were
Yeah,
they were,
right,
They were
yeah, it was good.
sampled at least by like
Yeah.
a real drum kit, and they sounded good.
Yeah,
They sounded
not
like
in a
good
bad way.
samples.
Yeah, but there's a thing that you can do. I call it a band room reverb. So basically, you're simulating what it would sound like if you were to put microphones in the live room where
Yeah.
this band is all playing together live. That's not actually happening, so you simulate it.
Yeah.
So you create a reverb, that, you know, 100% wet, and it's not a big hall. It's not a long reverb.
It's like a room.
Yeah,
small room.
Yeah, you make it sound like a room, exactly. And then you put the guitars in there.
Everything.
You put even her voice in there. You put the drums in there. You put everything in there, and balance how hot each element is going to the reverb, and you listen to the reverb on its own, and so that it sounds realistic, right?
Yeah.
Then you just kind of barely bring that into the mix, don't bring it into the point where you can really notice it, and your ear and your brain wants to pay attention to it. Not that loud, but just to the point where it just brings a little bit of like realism.
Yeah.
Now it actually just sounds like a dude in a room playing a guitar with a drummer.
Yeah.
You know?
I agree. That would have helped the track like a ton. Like, and I thought this was a great track, but even just something as simple and subtle as that would have put the track like way over the top for me. Like as far as like, buy, I want this, give it to me. I want that track. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because yeah, it is. Look, there's a difference between what Brandon's recommending and being like put reverb on your track, because he's not really saying put reverb on your track. You're going to use a reverb, but you're using it in a way to simulate a room, like a small, just to make the whole track sound alive.
It's a way that you won't notice.
Yeah, exactly. A way that you'll never know there was reverb on it in the first place. It could still be super dry. It could still be super upfront. You basically could maintain all the hallmarks of the track as it is, but with an added spatial dimension going front to back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you dial it in just barely and just enough, it'll just sound like it was recorded that way.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I loved this one. I thought this was great. I wasn't really prepared to like it as much as I did, but I really liked it. I thoroughly enjoyed this track.
Kind of unexpectedly struck by it like a young love.
I was. I'm a sucker for, being a young boy. Liking. I just, that time in my life was very special. And so tracks like this, that it got me. You totally,
Wow, see, there's a big thing right there, Liana. You got him.
You got me.
That's the Grammy right there.
You got me.
If you can get a person like that.
Yeah, because
that says a lot.
I have a crusty exterior. Sometimes I'm not.
If you can get through the veneer of the crust.
Yeah. Summer by Liana.
I got
San
one
Diego.
other thing.
Go ahead. Oh, you had a rhythmic thing you wanted to touch on.
Yeah, so there's so going back to how you mentioned, so when the drums come in, it sounds like first he's playing an intro pattern, that's gonna, and then it's gonna come in with another thing, like do a little thing with a cross stick, or it's gonna settle on like a verse groove of some sort.
Totally.
Is what it feels like is what's gonna happen. Doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So, right out the gate, it sounds like there's like a bossa nova type rhythm going on here.
Yeah.
And so one of the things that, these Afro-American styles sound like, the ones all through the Caribbean, all through Central America, South America, Latin rhythms that are based upon African rhythms and drum patterns and stuff like that. One of the things that they don't have that like the standard like Western American style of songwriting and percussion, the thing that they don't have is the evolution, right? So like the standard Western, like American, British way of doing percussion in a song, in a pop song, rock song, whatever, is intros here, verse is a little bit higher, drops down.
Yeah.
The chorus is big. Now he's crashing on cymbals. Like the percussion evolves and comes up and down, and there's lots of dynamics that change throughout the song.
Yeah. Those Caribbean style grooves, it's like
they're not like that.
They come in.
It's
like
one dynamic.
Hot.
Yes. For the entire song, they stay at the same dynamic.
Which is kind of cool.
But the trade-off is that there are many, many, many more layers.
Yes.
And it's this evolving churning, bubbling cauldron of percussion and patterns that are interlocking and interrelated that come around again on a loop that's only 1 or 2 bars long.
Yeah.
Really never longer than 1 or 2 bars.
Yeah.
But there's a lot happening. So
kind of the difference between like a single guy driving a car or 30 guys riding a bus.
right. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So it seems like in terms of the percussion of what's happening in this song is it's sort of in between and it's kind of in no man's land. It's kind of doing neither of them.
Okay.
So bossa nova type rhythm is established with the guitar.
I'm imagining a more layered, bunch more layered percussion on this throughout would have been fucking sick. Would have been a great choice. That's a really good thing to pick up on, Brandon. That because I'm picturing what you're talking about right now, just a fully layered, like almost cumbia kind of just bunch of shit layered, percussion wise, like tastefully done. Would have put this track. Oh man.
And one of the things that is a thing of that style is that the percussion is in immediately.
Right.
It doesn't do the Western thing, which is guitar, acoustic guitar intro, and then it comes in element by element. All the parts are together. Yeah. All the parts are one part, you know? So like something that would alleviate the kind of the feeling of anti-climax that comes from the intro sounding drum beat coming in and then not changing would be something like if that beat were to begin immediately from beat 1. So you press play on the song and it's ding dong dong ding dong dong. So it's established. That's you know what I mean. There needs to be a moment. That doesn't need to be. Obviously, you don't have to do anything that I'm saying. But if you're following me down my little path that I'm my tangent that I'm off on,
I'm fully on Brandon's cumbia bus right now, like 100%.
So
I've got a wood block.
Right. And many
ready.
elements. So I'm talking like if you're going to add one more element, you add 6 more.
Yes. Yeah.
You know? So, and they all enter as a bed. And then what you've got is that guitar, the bass line thing, and then Liana's voice just telling the story on
this is blowing my mind.
This groovy bed.
I'm picturing. Look, when I lived in Spain, I was lucky. I was very fortunate to be exposed to a ton of bossa nova and cumbia music. Not just through like living there and being like all my friends were in cumbia bands. Like I had tons of friends that just played that style of music. So I got to go to their shows a lot and just like. I'm
as like a bass player, guitar player, and a piano, and like 7 percussionists.
7 percussionists, and then like a horn section.
Right.
It's fucking sweet. I'm imagining this exact song. Literally, Liana could change nothing, but the track underneath it, if it were just a full-on, like 100% cumbia, bossa nova, whatever style, this would be so fire. It would be so good. This
doesn't mean that it needs to be high energy. It can still be so chill and gentle and very.
You could do it high
very
energy,
gentle. The way that's one of the things that I want to praise about this song is how gentle of a touch it achieves, and it's like just so it like suits the way that her voice is delivered so well, and you can maintain that. Like if you listen to like a lot of like Serge Gainsbourg recordings and stuff, there's all kinds of shakers and people tapping on things and like percussion out the wazoo, but it's all so gentle.
It's always gentle enough that he could sip his scotch and smoke a cigarette at the same time and not
slow
upset
tempo.
That balance of Serge.
Yeah, man.
Okay, I know usually I say, hey, don't change this track, change your next track based on our recommendations. This track is so good. I'm serious. Liana, if you had any interest whatsoever in following down this path that we're recommending, I personally know incredible Latin producers. And if you want me to put you in touch with them and like make this track into like a more bossa nova type thing, like we're saying, which I think would be fucking incredible. Seriously, hit me up. I'll put you in touch with them because they could help you get it there, and I think it would be really, really cool.
Yeah, because it's absolutely a thing that it's like reggae, it's like hip hop, like a bunch of different things where it's like you want to get somebody that actually knows the real way to do it.
Absolutely.
And not everybody does.
No,
you know, it's a stylistic thing because it's a cultural thing. Where it's like either you know how to get that or you don't.
I have a friend of mine.
I don't personally.
A friend of mine.
I just know it when I hear it, but I don't know how to do it.
Yeah. A friend of mine, Sebastian, who I went to school with in Spain, he stayed in Valencia and opened up a recording studio, a beautiful recording studio, mind you, in Valencia, Spain. And that's pretty much what he does every day. They record just amazing Latin American music, like every day. That's like what they specialize in.
Wow.
And I'm telling you, if you want their info, hit me up. I will send them to you. I'd be happy to send them a customer because they're incredible at what they do. But anyway, short of doing any of that, you still have an amazing track on your hands, and you really accomplished something really special, which was to crack my crusty exterior and make me feel something.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, for me too, man. You know, when you can. I mean, you made a song that, like makes me reflect on my own life.
Totally.
And my own experiences, makes me think of memories that I haven't thought of, that I would have gone the entire day today without remembering or thinking
Absolutely.
of.
Yeah.
You know, that's like a very high level of art in there, you know.
That's kind of the goal of any songwriter, I hope, or I would think. Get people to actually listen to your words. I never do that, by the way. I don't listen to lyrics.
What, write words?
Well, okay, yeah, I definitely never do that. But I mean, like,
listen
as
to
a listener.
Lyrics. Oh, okay.
As a listener, lyrics are kind of like at the bottom of the totem pole for me, and she cut right through. And it was kind of my singular focus was listening to what she was saying.
You cut to the core of me, Liana.
Yeah, well done. How about a dub clap for our submissions today?
Dub clap.
Dub clap.
Good job, everybody.
Way to go. Man, listen to that audience. Wow. Excellent submissions today. Really happy with that.
Good picks.
Super cool. And, you know, I wish I could say, like, oh, those two were curated by me. I made sure to pick the good ones today. Not the case. Those were just those were ones that were just due up today. They were up to bat.
That's just how good everybody is out there.
Yeah. So please keep the submissions coming. I will periodically repost submission solicitations on Reddit. So if you haven't seen that yet and you're watching, just shoot your music over to our email address, blackmarketreggae@gmail.com. Just put music submission in the subject line. And we kind of just play them in order that we get them, and we usually do 2 a week. So submit your music, we will play it, absolutely. Sure, as long as it's not like literally like something like that I do, like a remix or something of a pre-existing like copywritten song. If it's music that you own and you know we're not going to get flagged for playing it or whatever, please submit it. We will absolutely check it out and listen to it. Wow. God, I love that segment. It's so fun. It's like literally probably the most fun I have on this show at this point. Because usually when I like try to record, it just like, everything explodes. So that's never fun for me. Which, shifting gears, guess what we're going to do next?
Right. Wait, but before we get on to the next one, God, I really hope that I don't
Oh, you said you had
kill my
news.
computer.
Oh, that would be bad.
Oh, God.
Also,
We're gonna
you
take a risk. Should I take a risk?
What's gonna happen? Wait, why? What's happening?
Here, if I screen share something with Discord, can you put it up?
Oh boy, yeah, we will try that.
All right, it's worth it though. This is how much I love our people.
Okay.
Can you see that? Can you see what I'm sharing? It's a picture.
We're switching over.
Oh yeah.
What
So
what am I looking at?
So these
Bowmore.
are photos that were taken by
Oh, is this Andy?
Log of Will. This is Andy, Sidewalk Andy,
Yo,
beloved
Andy.
Sidewalk Andy, who is not
Andy.
in the chat right now, but
No.
definitely Black Market Live family member Sidewalk Andy, who's probably out on the sidewalks of Edinburgh right now with his parents.
Lagavulin.
Some photos
Andy's knee deep in peat right now.
deep in the peat.
Deep in the peat. Andy, way to go. That looks so
and
fun.
Yeah, man. And then
Okay, explain if someone doesn't know what the fuck they're looking at. Why is this cool?
Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, these are thank you. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, if you weren't here last week. So Andy who lives in Berlin is on vacation right now with his parents in Scotland. So he went to Islay where there's like a concentration of some of the distilleries of the best, most favorite scotches that are made there, kind of like in the close proximity to each other. And so it looks like he's taken some photos of some of these scotch distilleries, whiskey distilleries. So here's Bowmore. This is the big daddy right here, Lagavulin.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, even people who don't drink scotch have probably heard of Lagavulin.
That's how I know it. I don't drink scotch, but you gave me some Lagavulin once, I feel like. It was either that or like Macallan or something.
Yeah. Then here's my favorite picture.
Andy
There's the boy himself. There's Andy
There she blows.
at the Lafroig
Andy.
distillery. So this was the one that we were talking about last time. Last week he told us he went to the Lagavulin. And I was like, oh, Lafroig is right there, Andy. Have you been? Are you going? He's like, no, we're going later. So good on you.
Way to go.
Everybody, please learn from what Andy's doing here. He's providing photo evidence of the things that he talks about in the chat. Send us photos, and we will share it with the rest of the family. But this is cool, man. This is a nice little Black Market Live. We're living vicariously through him.
Very cool.
Type of little journey.
Very, very
he's
cool.
on there. It's very cool. Yeah, man.
Yeah, way to go, Andy. And if any of our other regular listeners, hey, send us pictures of where you are right now. That would be fun. That's a fun segment.
Yeah. What are you looking at right now?
Where are you
a
right
photo
now
of us
segment.
on the screen doesn't count because we already know that that's in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we?
Yeah, we got people from all around the world. All sorts of different places. Here in this community, it's very cool.
Very cool.
We love seeing it.
So while I'm on Niznik Cam right now, do you want to start with in Dreams doing the bass
Sure.
part for that?
Sure. Yeah. Let me open up my shit here. Let me open up my shit. So normally I take the time to do a little bit of pre-production and learn how to play the song and all that stuff, and I have not for this song.
Amazing.
So is this like
Right.
a super crazy complicated hard to play type song?
Not at all.
No, that's
Not
good news.
at all.
Okay, let's get a little bass plugged in here. Largemouth bass, as my friend Jack would say.
Large mouth bass. I love Jack.
Jack is the best.
It's so
Oh yeah,
good.
Jack is the bass player of the band Horsemouth
Oh,
that you and I, Nate and I, played in Los Angeles when Nate lived in L.A.
Yep.
Jack is actually he's the band leader. He's the founder of the band. Let's see, what am I looking for? In Dreams. What is it called?
In
Called
Dreams.
something else.
That should be it.
I was trying to find it in my. Here, talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
Play some music or entertain the people for a second while I find this.
Yeah. Well, I got to say, thanks to everybody who's watching today. We've got quite a few viewers today, which is exciting. I've been, it's hard to keep up on like promoting the show every week. We have pretty busy schedules. And sometimes the first thing that suffers is like the production and promotion elements around this show. Like me and Brandon last night talking about how, hey, we should like do a test. You want to like do a test to make sure everything doesn't like break when we try this tomorrow. And I was like, I'm too sleepy. So yeah, we're really hoping today goes well. We know that we've had shitty sync issues on my end whenever I try to record guitar stuff.
Yeah,
which,
so
please, if you guys hear things sounding out of sync, like just shout it out and tell us.
we want to say right now that in the few of the previous most recent episodes,
we're blaming you guys,
shows,
by the way, if that's not clear.
that we know when we look back and watch the recording of the show on YouTube, we're not totally positive if it's happening this way live. It must be on your guys' end. It must be that when Nate is playing the guitar along with the track in his studio, for some reason it's out of sync.
Yeah.
The guitar is late. So like he's playing something and we're like, oh yeah, that sounds great, man.
Yeah.
That's dope. You should do it like that. And what he's playing is all like on some other chord or some other beat.
Hey, don't get too technical now, okay?
But for when we're listening to it live on the stream, it sounds
fine.
Perfect.
Yeah.
But on the recording, it's off. So like it must. I don't know. Does
And
it
this is
sound
like a new
like that
thing
to you guys also?
This is a new thing that's happened too. Like
out of
in the last two, like I would say month or two, this issue's popped up, and we don't really know why. It's got to be user error. It's got to be something stupid I'm doing. So today, I'm gonna try something a little different when I record some stuff, but yeah. That's why we're going to start with Brandon today, because that's more or less reliable.
And
weirdly enough, even though Brandon has his own set of computer issues that pop up all the time too.
By the way, for all the patrons, the second installment of Mixing with Wise Owl is, late, not coming to you, because I've already put in probably about 8 hours of recording a video of me mixing the next song, which is the Smoke and Mirrors sound system.
So dope. Uh-oh. Just lost Brandon's audio. Wow. Speak of computer issues and the... Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it was just...
we're back now?
It was Source Connect.
Jesus Christ. Speaking of issues.
As soon as
the
we're
audience
like...
dropped out. Oh my God.
As soon as we're like... And sometimes computer problems happen, and then everything's just like... Whiz,
yeah. So, I've already put in 8 hours of recording Love My Way by Smoke and Mirrors sound system, which we're going to release. Nate's going to do a dub version of. It's going to be this whole great thing. And I was featuring it as the next song that doing Mixing with Wise Owl for the patrons on Patreon. But like there's so many technical issues with the recording of it, with it just
Sucks.
yeah. So I'm probably gonna have to just say, oh well, too bad for that one, and just resolve the issues and pick it up and mixing the next song.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
It's what it is. We're
Yeah,
trying.
yeah.
We're trying really hard to bring you guys tons of content. Be it music, be it
Yeah.
mixed
And
tutorials.
we're not gonna stop.
Yeah, we're
None
not
of
gonna
this
stop.
is gonna stop us.
Yeah, literally. We'll just make shitty shows if that's what happens.
Yeah, dude. We're big. I think we have talked about this maybe like in the early days of the show, but like we are both big believers in that, like being good at something is a process, and there's no way around it. You just have to suck at something
Totally.
until you don't suck anymore.
Yeah, like forever
And-
if that's what it takes.
And we started this not knowing anything about streaming. We've never been YouTubers before. We've never
Yeah.
streamed before. We're figuring it out. And hey, you gotta be bad at something
Yeah.
for a while until you're not bad at it anymore.
Yeah,
So
straight through
are
the
we gonna
fire,
do?
straight through the flames. Just like, don't
Yeah,
let the
man.
heat bother you. Just if things go haywire, just
keep going.
what are you gonna do about it? You know?
What is that from? That quote, like if you find yourself going through hell, keep going, or
Dostoevsky. I don't know.
that? I feel like
I have no idea, but that's a good quote.
like Ron from Parks and Recreation said that or something. No. Hey, what key is In Dreams in?
That's an awesome question, Brandon.
All right, let's find out. Let's take a listen to what we got. This is from straight from the Black Market Studio. Oh, you want to say something before I press play?
I'll pull up the chord chart that I'm using for this.
Oh, fancy.
A candy-colored clown they call the Sandman.
Ooh.
So it's
Tiptoes to my room
C major.
every night.
C. Okay, cool.
And just to sprinkle stardust and to whisper, go to sleep.
Oh, Roy.
Everything is alright. I close my eyes, then I drift away into the magic night. I saw
I'm kind of-
faces
I'm 50% on the piano part. Curious your thoughts on that.
like dreamers do.
I love the idea of what it's doing in there.
It's a little
great.
sleepy, which, in dreams, whatever.
Okay, first I definitely need to put some spring reverb
yeah.
on this.
Yeah.
Let me get that set up. That sounds good, man.
Yeah, I did some
Good
more work.
job, Nady.
I went through all 4 songs this week, and I did a bunch of just groove, like time adjusting, just tightening up grooves and different parts,
Okay.
and adding some more keys to layer in. I really like something you've kind of you didn't really show me per se, but it's something I've noticed you doing, and I really like it. Is you just add like a Rhodes just slap as like the left hand bubble.
Yep.
So basically what I've done on a lot of this stuff for this EP is I've gone through and like I'll play a bubble organ part and I'll play it just like I normally would. But then I always find that no matter how well I mix an organ, it's that left hand bubble side of the organ. Yeah, it gets lost, and that's such a huge part of like the feel of a bubble
Totally.
organ part. So what I'll do is I'll just go in and record like 4 bars of just like a left hand bubble, and I'll time adjust it, and then it's just copy paste on the whole song. Like just so
Nice.
it's like
Yeah.
super
Yeah.
strong just pulse of that bubble. So
Okay. So is that's in here?
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think I did that on all 4 tracks. I may not have, maybe one of them I didn't do. No, yeah,
Okay.
there's one I didn't do because you were already playing a Rhodes thing that had like a whole other feel. That was the one where we did like the weird internet timing.
Oh yeah, yeah. The one where we used the delay
Yeah.
of the internet to
Yeah.
write our new rhythm parts for us.
Yeah.
So this is an organ that is both left and right hands, and then just the left doubled on top of it again.
Exactly.
Nice. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, I kind of went with like a darker organ tone. A lot of the organ stuff we've done on this EP has been really kind of bright, which works for a lot of stuff. But this one, I really want to make kind of a mellow track.
Oh, okay.
So I kind
Gotcha.
of I dulled
Going kind of a Liana vibe for this.
Sure.
There.
Yeah.
You can hear the spring.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that helps me get in the groove a bit there.
For sure. Yeah, all these tracks are like bone dry, so.
Okay.
And I was telling Brandon, I don't think this. Look, maybe I'm being harsh on myself, but I really don't like this bass part I came up with. And I'm not saying that to be self-deprecating or anything, or I'm not trying to get someone to say that, oh, Nate, it actually sounds good. I don't care. I don't think it sounds good. I don't like it. So I really want something different. Sometimes I can hear my own instincts too clearly in something I'm playing, and it sounds predictable to me, even if it's not for other people. To me, it's like I just sound like I'm half asleep doing it. I can't. I don't like it.
Yeah, I get what you mean. A lot of times I bore myself with what I'm playing.
Absolutely. So we initially had recorded like a skinhead type skank thing for this acoustic part, and I just didn't. In retrospect, I just didn't think it gelled very well. So I went in yesterday and just recorded kind of like a gentle, sleepy little acoustic.
Yeah, I think this is better. 'Cause the acoustic was doing like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, that sounds better. Just meandering through. And it sounds more like a David Lynch movie.
Sure.
In dreams, I walk with you.
God, his voice. Holy shit.
In dreams, I talk.
So this is an instance of I found the stems for this song.
In dreams,
Yeah, this is the real.
Super strong.
walk with you.
Wow.
You can hear his headphone bleed.
In dreams, I talk to you.
Jeez.
In dreams,
And I would edit
I
that
walk
headphone bleed out, but you're gonna
with
fuck up the
you.
reverb tail. So
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do it.
in
Although
dreams,
I could use a
I
transient
talk
controller
to
and just
you.
kill the reverb too, and then put my own on. I might actually do
In
that. And if I did that, then I could get rid of that headphone bleed.
Is it the Capitol Chambers?
I don't know what that is. It very well could be. I don't know.
In dreams, but
It does kind of sound like a chamber, huh?
before the dawn,
It's incredible.
So good.
I awake and find.
And this is
you
like his
gone.
80s re-recording of the song too. This is
Wow.
this
I
is
can't
Orbison
help
at like
it.
the end of his life.
I can't help it
Wow.
if I cry.
Yeah, how old is he right here?
Oh, he's I don't know, probably in his 50s, something like that. Yeah, I mean, dude,
Only
nuts,
in dreams.
Are
absolutely
you kidding?
bonkers, dude.
This is this is one of my favorite parts, if not my favorite part about playing in this project.
Yeah,
Black Market Dub is like just getting to basically like, you know, the closest thing to getting to be able to be in the studio playing on a track with a vocalist like that, you know?
Yep.
Just the feeling of it.
Yeah.
Like I remember it really hit me, like one of the first ones that we did when you asked me to like actually be like an actual member of this, what you're doing here, what we're doing now, was when we did the last David Bowie one.
Oh yeah.
Just that feeling of like playing bass. It felt like playing bass with David Bowie. It was like a very emotional thing.
Dude, that's that feeling. That's a feeling, yeah, that drives me too, because it goes back to like when you're first learning how to play music and you learn alongside like your favorite CDs or something, and you just sit by your boombox and just press repeat and just play like Smells Like Teen Spirit again, like over and over and over and over again. Like that's a way I learned how to play guitar really early on, was just playing along with my favorite records. And it was never like the real thing, but in your mind you could just be like, I'm in the band, I'm in Nirvana,
That's exactly what I was imagining, for sure.
Totally, yeah. But yeah, it wasn't until this project that like I was like, oh my god, like that, like I can't describe to you guys what Brandon's, you know, talking about. It's really amazing. But it's so
kind
much
of unexpected. You're not expecting it to feel like that, and then
I
I just got that feeling just right now, just listening to
Roy
Orbison singing like that. It's like, okay.
And it's even more crazy to do it this way with these Black Market songs, because, you know, when you're doing it as a kid, you're playing along with a CD, right? It's like the whole thing's already there. You're just like an unplugged electric guitar in the room, you know. But like this way, where you have a fully like incorporated instrument, and like there is no other, you know, Bowie tracks. It's just David Bowie and you and like your band that you've created now. It's amazing. It's really cool. I think that probably goes without saying. It's probably the most underrated or whatever. I don't know. It's cool. It's great. I love being able to do this too. I've already had thoughts this week. It's not really the time to bring this up, but I've already had thoughts this week of like, what's next? That question's looming.
Not prepared to divulge.
Let's do our work first, and maybe at the end of the show we could kind of dive into what we may be thinking as far as that goes.
All right, let me learn this song. Here.
A candy-colored clown they call the Sandman.
Oh, Alex is back.
Alex Samiski. What's up, man? Hey, guys. Happy to finally catch you again, if only for a bit. Alex, we're recording bass for a reggae Roy Orbison remix we're making.
Glad you're here, Alex.
So check this out.
I close my eyes, then I drift away into the magic night.
I'm gonna email you my chord chart.
Softly say a silent prayer, like dreamers do. Then I fall asleep.
Oh, I see.
My dream.
I get it. I'm just back one. So, this is interesting. So it's like a 1-6-2-5, but the phrase, the chords begin, and then the vocal phrase begins on the 6th chord. Whoa, this is interesting.
I close my eyes, then I drift away into the magic night. I softly say a silent prayer, like dreamers do. Then I fall asleep to dream my dreams of you.
Oh no, I was reading the intro chords while we were playing the verse.
Oh, do you have the chord chart?
Yeah, I do. I was just reading the wrong part.
In dreams I talk to you. In dreams you're mine. All of the time we're together. In dreams, but just before the dawn, I awake and find you gone. I can't help it, I can't help it if I try. I remember that you said goodbye. It's too bad that all these things can only happen in my dreams.
Okay. Wow.
Then it kind of vamps, and then it repeats an end. It kind of repeats which part? It repeats in dreams I walk with you. In dreams I talk to you. It kind of just repeats that line over and over again till the end, and that's just gonna be like kind of a dub out thing. I might not even keep the vocals there.
Okay.
Because who wants to listen to Roy Orbison like more? Like I don't. This EP's about us, okay?
Yeah. Hello.
Alex Semeski says, floating in blue velvet. Hell fucking yeah, we are, dog. Oh, Alex, thanks for that, man. I wasn't sure if you'd heard the other David Lynch stuff, but yeah, I'm like a massive David Lynch fan. Massive. Have a Twin Peaks tattoo, which I could show you guys later if you want. Big old Twin Peaks owl. This is good.
Yeah, sometimes the way to find it is to play along with only the drums, because
Totally.
in reggae, the bass, like, it must. There's a lot of things that the bass can do, and
Yeah.
it would be cool if the bass does do, but it must lock as a single unit with the drums.
Yeah.
If it doesn't,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and goes a long way towards like selling it as authentic too, not just like style wise, but I mean like making you the listener believe that this is like a real band that's like in the same room playing together.
right? Yep.
Exactly. The more you allow the drums to dictate what you play.
Yes, right. Yeah, because that's what would happen if me and this person playing the drums here, Horseman, were actually in the same place at the same time playing together while we're recording.
Totally.
We would be altering what each other are playing to match each other.
Yeah.
You know, it just, I mean, even without talking about it, it just organically, that's what happens. So, yeah, if it sounds like things were recorded in isolation, very clearly it sounds like that. That's not the vibe that we want. So I need to kind of just spend some time, sometimes just listening only to the drums, find the place, find the rhythmic thing, and then worry about how this fits in with the rest of the band later.
Yeah.
So I'll do that. Cool. Okay.
I would say Lost Highway is a lost masterpiece. It's really good. I haven't seen that one in forever. I'm waiting for Criterion to drop it. I'm sure they will someday. I love what you're doing. Everybody dig this like close to the bridge like thumb thing Brandon's doing, the way he's playing the bass, giving it a nice little muted kind of semi-muted tone there. It's really cool.
Move this microphone so you can see. Yeah, this is like the Robbie Shakespeare style.
Yeah. Nice. Lots of nice like mid-range coming through. And play that way. It's really cool.
Okay, let's bring in some other elements.
Nice.
See how this sounds. So that's kind of the
Yeah,
heartbeat
Alex.
of it.
Alex, that Bowie Deranged tune, that's off of one of Bowie's like '90s records. That is really cool record. I believe I think it's off number one Outside. I think is what Deranged is from. I could be mistaken though. It might be a different one. But yeah, man, Bowie and David Lynch working together is like literally. God, I wish that could have happened like 1,000 times more than it did. It was like a very brief moment where they were able to collaborate, and I think they were excellent artistic partners together, and I wish they had been able to do more. I don't know if you heard, but like on Twin Peaks The Return, David Bowie's the big tea kettle thing, that is supposedly David Bowie's character, and they wanted Bowie back for that part, but at that point he was too ill to film anything, which is why they turned his character into a giant tea kettle in space, which is pretty fucking cool.
This is a very weird thing to overhear if you've never seen this
David
before.
Lynch corner.
No idea.
Pay no mind, Brandon.
Fucking talking.
Just think about technical music things. We're going to talk about tea kettles in space that are actually David Bowie.
What?
Yeah.
Let me try one.
All right.
A candy-colored clown they call the Sandman tiptoes to my room every night, and just to sprinkle stardust and to whisper, go to sleep, everything is alright. I close my eyes, then I drift away into the magic night. I softly say a silent prayer, like dreamers do. Then I fall asleep to dream my dreams of you.
change the pattern a little bit once it gets to that chorus.
Yeah. I love this bass part though, because now this bass part, the kick and the snare with that bass, they feel like two like gigantic like footsteps, like it's like a giant like walking like really slowly.
That's a really good way to put it.
I love it.
Very good way to describe it. Try one slight variation on the pattern. See how it goes.
All right. By the way, if you're watching, hit the PayPal donation link right above my head. Point your phone at that camera. Send us a little donation if you like what you're seeing and like what you're hearing.
Everything
Thanks, y'all.
is alright. I close my eyes, then I drift away into the magic night. I softly say a silent prayer, like dreamers do. Then I fall asleep to dream my dreams of you. In dreams, I walk with you. In dreams, I talk to you. In dreams, you're mine. All of the time we're together. In dreams,
I'll figure that little turnaround part out. What the hell is going on there?
all of the time we're together. In dreams, in dreams.
Let's see. So it goes to the D chord.
All of the time we're together. In dreams, in dreams. But
Okay.
just
I see.
Really glad I could help there. You're welcome.
fall asleep to dream my dreams of you. In dreams
Take it from
of you. In dreams, I walk with you.
bass is it's good, man. You're getting it.
Thanks, man.
It's
it was kind of
thunderous.
Oh, good. Thunderous.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, I'm just figuring out like the little transition moments.
Yeah,
and
those are the
whatnot.
trickiest parts of this whole form.
Very delicious chord right here. This minor 4 chord that it goes to right there.
Yeah.
The song really trips me out, musically speaking, because there's a lot of like when I just listened to it before looking at the chords, it really seemed like there's a lot of sophisticated kind of chords and things happening here underneath the melody.
Yeah.
But when you look at it, it's all just variations of 1, 4, and 5.
Yeah. Yeah, it's those brilliant, you know, this is back when, you know, artists, they had like songwriting, like Tin Pan Alley level, like guys, like writing, like arranging their songs with like orchestras in mind, and who had a much more like classical brain way of thinking, applying it to like a pop rock and roll arrangement. And yeah, you would come up with they would come up with incredible stuff, while seemingly being really simple and sounding really simple and being as effective as something really simple. They're actually like brilliant. They're genius, little
Genius.
tweaks that they're doing.
Yeah, dude, the payoff of this one moment where because they already held on to the 4 chord,
Yeah.
and they finally go there once in the chorus. So it's right here. So the whole time,
A minor minor 4 is one of my favorite moves. It's beautiful.
and it's so a lot of times. So basically, the whole song. Sorry about that. The whole beginning of the song is 1 and 2 and 5 and 1. Everything feels very much at home.
Yeah.
We're staying in the same place, and nothing is wrong, and you don't really need anything else.
Yeah.
Then in the chorus comes, in dreams I talk with you. And then the big reveal, in dreams,
Yeah.
new flavor, I talk to you. And that feels like a big, like a curtain opened and revealed some other big piece of furniture that's on the stage there.
Yeah.
And all that is the 4 chord.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yep.
Then, but just before
It's like tragedy.
the dawn, the minor 4
It's so good.
in the next thing. Oh my God, that freaking reveal, just before the dawn. And also too, so minor 4, like you say, one of your favorite textures right there.
So good.
But it's also really cool because most of the time, like kind of the more standard or expected or kind of cliche way is to precede it with the normal 4 chord.
Totally. Which is what I would do.
That's what I would do too, because I am not imaginative enough to think of going directly to the minor 4 and
Instead,
coming back with no precedent.
they don't do it directly, but they show you the 4 first.
Right.
They
right.
do show you the regular
Yeah.
major 4 first.
That's a good point. That's a good point. So
But-
it is technically they do precede it with that,
but just not directly.
but not directly. First they unveil one, and then they unveil the other. Oh my God,
It's so good.
It's genius. And it's not. There's no upper extensions on it. It's not like, some other.
It's all in support.
It's not
of,
anything any more complex. It's a 4 chord.
It's in
and
support
one
of
slight
the-
variation on a 4 chord. It's so right in there, right at home, and very basic. It's not pulling out crazy stuff from the utility belt.
Yeah, it's wonderful support of the lyrics to go to a chord like that, and support of someone with the dramatic range of Roy Orbison, like who can, take a move like that and imbue it with the correct amount of drama and tension that a move like that deserves in an arrangement. So, yeah, it's really simple stuff, but I mean, it's those little things that like allow Roy Orbison to like reveal like how incredible he really is as a singer.
And speaking about how it serves the lyrics, I'm looking right now at the chord chart with the lyrics in here too. Mm-hmm. Let's see if I can get through this without crying. This is how freaking well written this is, how powerful this is.
It's really good.
So the whole song up until that point, what he's talking about is when I get to be with you in my dreams, right? So it's already melancholy because it's in a dream when I get to be with you.
Yeah.
But so far, it is still with you.
Yeah.
Then this moment, when this comes just before the dawn, I awake to find you gone. That's the moment when it reveals.
When he wakes up from his dream.
That's the moment of now. We are separated. You are gone. You're not here. I don't have you with me. Yeah. Like
verse 3 is reality. The minor 4 chord is reality sets in. He wakes up from his dream, and he's saying to himself, "I can't help it. I can't help it if I cry. I remember that you said goodbye. It's too bad that all these things can only happen in my dreams." It's like
in beautiful dreams.
Yeah, well then he reiterates it with
he loves
dreams. He loves his dreams.
He loves the person who's gone. God damn it.
Me and Brandon are gonna start crying on the stream.
He loves the person who's gone so much that the dream, he's not bitter about the experience of getting to be with them in the dreams. It's not resentful. He's not, like even still that this sad thing, the only vestige that I have, like the love is so pure that even that, the last lyric in beautiful dreams. Holy shit.
You're killing me, dude.
What a good song. See, this is a good song.
This is such a good song. I'm full on crying now.
Yeah. It gets you, man. It's powerful.
It gets you real good. Oh my God. I hate you for making us both cry on the stream. This is never going to leave the internet. We both spontaneously start erupting in tears.
Two guys start crying discussing Roy Orbison's song.
Oh man, holy shit! For anybody wondering, yes, we're both actually crying. I am.
Yes.
Alex says that escalated dramatically. Yes, it did, man. Yes, it did. Me and Brandon, we have the same pressure points that
yeah, it's true.
If you push the right buttons, we're babies.
It's true.
Oh my God, that was so funny. Because we're both literally crying. That's the funniest fucking thing that's ever happened.
We're like actually touched by this song.
Holy shit! No more touching music anymore. I'm sick of this shit. Sick of feeling things. This is why I don't like to feel when I listen to music.
Just emotionally distant stuff where people can pretend to be tough.
This is why I like listening to fucking what's the krautrock German band? God damn it. Fucking whatever. Oh my God. Kraftwerk. This is why I like listening to Kraftwerk, because they're robots. They don't have hearts.
They don't make you cry.
They don't make you cry.
They let me pretend like
They make you
tough.
dance like a ex-communist state. Oh man!
All right,
wow.
Okay. Let's keep doing bass.
Fucking hilarious. This is the single best thing that's happened on this show.
Yeah.
Me and Brandon just talked about how we need to start pulling clips from the episodes and like posting them on their own. I'm
That would be a good
100% gonna post that as a clip. That's making the rounds for sure.
Yeah.
Alex, listen to Computer Love though. Yeah, okay, that's true. Kraftwerk, yeah.
Yeah,
I love Kraftwerk, by the way.
That's kind of the surprising and wonderful thing about them, right? Is like on the surface it appears to be
Don't
pure,
fucking do this again.
Start making you cry about Kraftwerk. All right,
That's the amazing thing about Kraftwerk, really, is that yes, they're robots, but they have hearts or something. Shut up, Brandon.
Feeling machines.
But in all,
What are humans other than feeling machines, Nate?
in all seriousness, though, like, man, everything we just said about In Dreams and the song structure and the chords and the lyrics, it's a classic for a reason, man. We're not the first to cry over this fucking song. It won't be the last, that's for sure.
Yeah, dude, and yeah, that's a really good point too, man, because it's not like, yes, it's true that popular music and music that is successful, like, it has a lot of stuff going. It has like the backing of certain powerful people. It has like all these other like behind the scenes business things. It's more to it than just that, you know, the most talented guy gets successful. There's the whole business thing, the social aspect of it. That's all true.
Yeah.
But you cannot fool people, like the masses of people. The only stuff that will stick and stay and last and actually be shared and passed around and listened to over and over is the stuff that actually fucking reaches people somehow.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of different ways to reach people and a bunch of different ways for it to get inside your soul and be important, but you can't fake that.
Yeah.
And the stuff that lasts, no matter how bubblegum, no matter how pop, Roy Orbison, whatever, like, dude, it's fucking genius in some way.
Yeah.
It has to be.
I compare it to like if you were to compare Citizen Kane to like Avengers Endgame, okay? Now I'm not saying that one is better than the other, but the tools that were available to a movie like Citizen Kane or like Rebecca, or like, let's just say an way before special effects type of movie or CGI effects type movie like that, compared to a new movie that relies or has available to it all this crazy new technology. It's not to say one is better than the other, but the things in the past that creatives used to have to rely on in order to strike a chord in people, that are so easy to do now with like pop production techniques and movies or whatever, they used to have to rely on like on paper simpler ways of affecting people, but they were much more human ways of affecting people, and in that way, it's like the way that it hits you so much deeper and at the core of who you are as a person, because of the way they had to do it back then, because of they only had so much available to them. It wasn't that humans back then had so much more depth and were better or whatever, and now we don't give a shit or we don't try as hard. We all still have that capability inside of us as human beings. It's just that we now choose, instead of doing that, we kind of use these other tools and shortcuts to blow people away in different ways. But it's not as arresting and it's not as effective and affecting as something as simple as just pairing beautiful words with beautiful music and a beautiful voice.
It's such a good point that you're making, and it makes me think of another thing that might make us cry, but just back then, like the era that this is, and like everything that Roy Orbison had to do, how much he had to practice, everything that he had to put in to his life and his whole thing to be able to sing like this.
Yeah.
Because you had to have your skills and your ability to this point to be able to carry a song in a recording, because you just had to put a dude in a room with a microphone and say go.
Yep.
And it had to be that good. If you wanted it to sound this good,
Yep. And if you
you
wanted
had
people
to
to
have
hear
a dude who actually could do it this well.
and if you wanted people to actually hear the song, you had to fucking slay. Just absolutely dominate at every aspect of what we're talking about.
And so all the personal experiences of like the fucking quest to be able to get to the point where you can make your voice sound like that is in there.
Yeah.
And so that's the person who's singing these lyrics. The person who's lived through that shit. You know what I mean? Fuck, dude. Like,
Composed and sung by Roy Orbison. So he actually wrote this
he wrote
song.
it?
So we're even doing
I-
him a disservice by saying, well, who knows? It was produced by someone named Fred Foster. For all we know, it was recorded RCA, Victor Studio B in Nashville. That's fucking sweet.
Recorded in Nashville. Yeah, because, like, I mean, yeah, just without researching it, I just assumed that it was like what was so common back in the day, which is that there's a songwriting team,
Yeah.
a person who wrote the song.
I'm
Roy
reading,
was the artist who got to sing it, but no, he wrote it. But
Doing
yeah,
some-
who knows what state it was in when he brought it?
to his
Who knows what the
production
producer
team,
did
yeah.
to it? Yeah.
Yeah, doing some cursory reading on it, and it doesn't really mention anybody doing much to the song. But you know, once you start orchestrating something, you know, because there's strings on this original song, you know, that the person, the composer who's orchestrating and writing all the string parts, I would imagine would have some kind of sway over chords and
Right.
stuff like that, and would
Yeah.
probably suggest things like, you know, if you go to this chord, you can do this with your melody or whatever. You know, I don't know. Who knows,
Let's make this F chord minor when we go to it this time.
Sure.
You know,
sure.
that might have been the arranger's idea or the
Who
producer's
knows?
idea.
Who knows? But you know what? For all we know, this was all Roy, which
Yeah.
that's pretty fucking amazing. How's the space line going? How are we doing on
Yeah,
that?
I don't know. Man, like, I can't even remember playing bass on this anymore. I feel like now after that, I should start over. 'Cause
Next,
I
we're going to
think-
listen to Tears of a Clown by Sam Cooke. That should go well. Or no, is that Smokey Robinson? I'm forgetting. I got Smokey Robinson.
Old Smokes.
Yep.
The Smokester. Holy cow.
Yeah, dog.
All right, let's play this damn song.
All right, Jesus Christ.
Go to sleep, everything is alright. I close my eyes, then I drift away into the magic night. I softly say a silent prayer, like dreamers do. Then I fall asleep to dream my dreams of you.
probably just have him tail off by himself like that at the end or something.
Nice. Okay.
Excellently done. I would say you nailed the whole song except for the little intermission part where you just have to vamp on the I think it was on the G or the C.
Yes. Yeah. C chord vamp there. Okay.
Yeah, but that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would be real happy with that if you sent that to me.
All right. Just nailed the C vamp.
You know, another thing I noticed that adds to the tragedy of these lyrics in this song.
Here we go. What is it?
So, one, and this isn't the point I was going to make, but I think it's interesting. I use the word tragedy purposefully because I don't think it's a mistake that he draws imagery right at the top of the song. He conjures imagery of a clown, you know, like a sad, laughing clown. He's pointing out the tragedy of this situation that he's in. But really, the very first verse, I close my eyes, then I drift away. Into the magic night, I softly say, a silent prayer like dreamers do. Then I fall asleep to dreams, my dream of you. This happens every night. This is like a cycle that he's in that like
Holy shit.
He relives this night after night, every single night, always.
Right. It's not I had a dream.
Yeah,
it's in dreams.
And he's like looking forward to like his waking life is the crying clown, and he looks forward to every night when he could live out the other aspect of this tragedy in his dreams. Where he can be happy.
It's like his life is inverted, like where, like we're normally
some people
like
have nightmares.
Okay, when I'm asleep, I'm off some other place, and then I come back to now I'm awake again. I'm living my life now. For him, it's like the opposite. Like when I'm awake is just times when here we go.
When I'm being awake is the nightmare. Going to sleep.
When I'm awake are just the times when I'm away from you.
Yep.
Hey.
So good. Anyway,
Jesus Christ.
Masterclass in lyricism on this song.
Dude.
Like
for real.
Because it's a perfect loop when you look at it that way.
Yeah, you want to learn how to write a song. Don't listen to us. Listen to Roy.
Seriously.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
And like whenever I see things like this about these different songs that are by these different artists, it always answers for me the question. Like if ever I was wondering, like, why is Roy Orbison so famous?
Yep.
Why is he in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah. Why do we still talk about him in 2022?
Yeah. What is the big deal about Roy Orbison anyway? Like, okay, I get it. Yeah, early 60s, he sang Pretty Woman or whatever. Cool. Why is Roy Orbison who he is? Like, this always answers those questions. Like, oh, I see.
Yes.
Because he's a fucking artist.
Yeah.
Like, he's a master.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Operatic.
Man.
Yeah. Incredible.
Hang on. Gotta get into this C-section somehow. C-section. Gross.
Okay. Wow.
Make that edit.
Yeah, you got it.
May look at possibly scooting this drum fill. I don't know. it seems like this crash that happens right here is like one bar before the chords come around again.
Okay.
This
Yeah.
right. See, it crashes right there, and then that's where it comes back around.
Okay, that's a good note.
But it's tough because how it is, it has him playing the fill over the crescendo of the vocal melody, which is probably more important that it does that.
I'll play around with it. Once I get your bass part, I'll plug it in and move that fill around, see how it sounds.
Tweet.
Yeah.
Okay, man. Should we do a
Wow.
listen through? See if there's
Sure.
any issues.
Yeah, let's do it.
A candy-colored clown they call the
Love this.
Sandman.
Love
Yeah, you like that?
Tiptoes to my
It's great.
room
Nice.
every night, and just to sprinkle stardust and to whisper, go to sleep, everything is alright. I close my eyes, then I drift away into the magic night. I softly say a silent prayer, like dreamers do. Then I fall asleep to dream my dreams of you. In dreams, I walk with you. In dreams, I talk to you. In dreams, you're mine. All of the time we're together. In dreams, but just before the dawn, I awake and find you gone.
I think I want to go to a lower F there instead of high.
You know, while you were playing it, I had that same thought.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it cradles the vocal.
Yeah, it's
Moment better.
it emphasizes what's happening there a lot better.
But just
Okay, let's get just that part.
Thanks to everybody for still hanging in there with us
Yeah,
while we
man.
play music. This is always my favorite part of the show. I feel like Brandon's too, but we do it late. So for those of you who hang out all the way through this part, cheers.
in dreams, but just before the dawn, I awake and find you gone.
Hell yeah.
I think I have a way to make it even better.
Okay.
In dreams, but just before the dawn, I awake and find you gone. I can't help it.
Hell yeah. Yeah,
How it
that
carries
low,
through like that.
that down an octave on that chord, it just it lets you really swim in his vocal, which is
Yeah,
the most
exactly.
important thing right there.
That's a good way to put it.
It's a great bed for what he's doing. Fucking Roy, man.
Fucking Roy. Roy, oh Roy, oh Roy.
And you know what? At the end of the day, Black Market, this is a giant tribute. This whole project is just a tribute to art and artists that we love. You know,
Yeah, true.
this is kind of the best and only way we know how to say we really like this.
Right. Totally. Yeah. It's just
Yeah.
like our favorite way to just fanboy out and just
Totally.
enjoy something.
Totally.
Just do this. Do
Yeah.
it with it.
Luckily, this project hasn't gotten bogged down too much in like the argument of like, well, you know, you really shouldn't be doing this because the artist would go tisk tisk, because none of this stuff is meant to supplant or replace the
Right, yeah.
originals, and it never will anyway. It's a moot point. Anytime someone says that kind of shit to me, I'm just like, it literally doesn't matter. Like this version, as good as it is or has any potential to be, will be a drop of water in the ocean that is the success and like acknowledgement and knowledge of, you know, this original song. Like this will make not even a fraction of a dent in, you know, what people know
The
about
legacy
this,
that's
the
already
legacy
there
of the
of this.
song. Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's a compliment. It's meant to be a compliment, and it's just our way of saying this is a great fucking song. We'll show you. We'll make it a reggae song, and you'll see it's still good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Were you going to say something? Were you saying something?
No, Alex says,
Oh.
a pleasure to stay on. Thank you. We'll have to go to sleep soon, but can't wait to discover your next adventure. Alex, thank you very much, genuinely, for watching and for witnessing me and Brandon erupt in spontaneous crying live on the stream. That was pretty amazing. Glad you were there for that one. Peace, buddy.
Let's see what transition is better. Nope. What about this? No. Is that too?
If you want to
really
know
too
what,
tight?
in the original, you don't have to do this, but if it informs your decision or your way of thinking on this, the original, it's like a da 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 da. It's like super simple and stupid.
What the bass does?
Mm-hmm.
Eh.
Ding, 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 ding.
It's not what the notes are. It's just the way that it was performed right there is a
Got it.
little bit too aggressive, I think.
Got it.
That's better.
Yeah.
A little more gentle. Supports the vocal a bit better. Okay, make this edit. Gotta make that edit. Gotta make that edit.
God, I'm so glad you played bass on this. I don't know how this one like slipped by me up until this point, but
Yeah, this was like the second song that you did, right?
yeah.
For the EP.
And probably the most important one to get right, because this is the song everyone's gonna like when they see this EP come out. They're gonna be like, oh fuck, that's the one I'm gonna click play on like right away.
Right.
Which is why I'm gonna put it actually last in the track listing.
Mm.
I'm gonna
Nice.
put Bobby Vinton first, and then the meat of the album will be our originals, with a whole bunch of like Blue Velvet like soundtrack or not sound movie drops all throughout
Yeah.
those two, and then the end it'll come back and end with Roy. So it'll be
so
sandwiched
excited.
by two remixes, which I think will be cool.
I'm so excited. This is going to be a good one, man.
This is really, yeah. And you know what I was thinking about it today. This will be the third David Lynch themed EP we've done, and the first with you on it. But all three, you were on one song.
I played on Eraserhead, one song on Eraserhead.
Yeah. But all three of them are so different. They're like, that's what I really like about them. Sometimes with these EPs, if they're like kind of sequels of each other, I try to maintain a semblance of like similarity between them, like the Twilight Zone ones or Star Trek ones or whatever. But this one, they all sound so different, which I actually really like. I think is a strength of all three of them.
They're all such different movies too. And one of them's a TV show, but even then, like, yeah. David Lynch is not one of those guys where it's really fascinating how like everything he does is very clearly him,
but they're really different.
Stylistically and just like the environment of all of them they're all so different.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah, what I love about the way you play bass is like, until I hear how you attack a certain drum rhythm, like to me, I'm like, I don't know how to approach it. And then when I hear how you do it, it's like so obvious. like it's so clear, like, oh duh, that's how you would do that. That's how you would play with this drum pattern or whatever. So it's good. Even just listening to you play, it really helps me with my own bass playing.
Good. Thanks, man. It's nice of you to say. Okay, I'm editing this little note.
Nice.
Played a note too early. There we go.
Nice.
Done.
Sweet.
Let's keep listening through.
Yeah.
Through to the rest of the song.
Sweet. Yeah, excellent, man. I think you knocked it out of the park.
Thanks, Dogster.
Yeah. Absolutely killer. Be a good one.
That was quite an experience.
That was all-time moment in the show. For
me. Not every song is.
I've never laughed while genuinely crying. Like, I was genuinely belly laughing while genuinely overcome with emotion and crying.
Yeah. It's quite a full spirit experience.
Yeah. Man.
Exporting the bass.
Awesome. Well, to transition over to the next and final segment of the show.
Oh, I don't even know what this is.
So we've got the other 3 songs here in a session that I wanted to listen through and show you guys. So 2 of these, the Ear and Pabst Blue Ribbon, I want to add some synth textures on, which I will do. But first, you guys haven't even heard a single note of the new Blue Velvet remix.
So good.
So I think we should just check that out, just so
it's very likely the strongest one.
I kind of feel that way too. It turned out really good. I'm really, really happy with it. And I promised some fun Dub Robot news. So I hit up Brian Wallace, Dub Robot, about playing on this stuff, and he is very stoked, very in to do that. So we're gonna have Dub Robot across all 4 of these tracks. So today, we're gonna listen to this. I'm gonna add a couple final little synth pad textures on the other 2, and then we're gonna send all 4 of these songs off to Brian Wallace, and hopefully by next week we'll have some horn parts that maybe we can show off. Or conversely, I may save his additions for the actual release, and maybe you guys will just hear those when the actual album drops.
I think that would be worth it.
I kind of think so too.
The finest saxophone in the land. Keep something.
Yeah, we got to hold something back.
Yeah, keep something as a nice, big, exciting payoff for release day.
Yeah, totally.
Make it exciting. But I mean, not only will we not have heard your dub versions and what you've done in the dubbing process of these songs. I mean, that's always like the most exciting part to me, to listen to Black Market stuff on release day.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, let's check out Blue Velvet, the Bobby Vinton remix. Here we go.
Bass action. Holy shit.
And warm up memories.
yeah, then there's this whole section here. Also, this is totally like bone dry. I haven't added any effects or anything like that yet, verb or otherwise.
Dub fodder.
Yeah. So, but it's still obviously you get the point. It's
So
pretty
good.
strong in this state even. So this whole middle section where there's nothing in the original, it's like this saxophone plays this super schmaltzy solo that just like note for note follows the melody. So Wallace is gonna do that, but he's gonna Wallaceify it, which will be fucking sweet. But
Yeah, it's gonna be some moment where it goes, yeah, da, 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 da. Like, yeah.
also, do you hear the cowbell that happens only during this section?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you put that in there.
It's in the original drum things, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, I just mute it throughout the rest of the song.
Oh, okay.
Coming up on the key change, which is such a fucking moment in this song.
Shit.
Precious and warm of memory through the years, and I still can see blue velvet through my tears.
Here we go.
She wore
That's such a smooth modulation right there. Like
So
you don't
good.
even notice it.
I know.
precious and warm of memory.
I think it's just a half step.
You
It
just
goes from B
feel it.
flat up to B.
So smooth.
And I still can see
Nice drum moment right there. The
velvet
skibidi babidi bibidi boobida.
Yeah.
my tears.
Nice, dude. Ah. Wow.
Yeah, the
Get
slowdown.
the fuck out of here with that little glockenspiel thing at the end there. Oh,
That's
so
that's
good.
on the original. I learned how they did the original little glockenspiel thing at the end. Actually,
so
all
good.
the guitar parts, the tremolo guitar in the right channel and the glockenspiel in the left channel. I'm just playing what they played on the record.
Look
I
at
just
you, man.
Played it again.
That's
just-
normally a thing. Well, not normally, but rarely do you get in normally with your black market things and start covering every last little melody and every feature and every blah, da, 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 thing like that,
Totally.
right? You
Yeah,
do that a lot on the Beach Boys ones, a lot.
The Beach Boys one,
Which is
yeah.
good.
Another one with Wallace, the last Beach Boys
Yeah.
one, yeah. I went in and just like recreated every little moment.
Yeah.
that I could. But yeah, this one, it's like there's not a lot of elements in the song, and the more I listened back to the original, I was like, oh, those are like crucial. Like you have to have those little moments. The glockenspiel is like kind of leading in a lot of places, and you know, it's cool. It turned out. I'm really really proud of that one. I think
Yeah, dude.
you know, it hit me when I finished
so
it,
good.
and you said it too. Like that one's, it's a banger. It's that one's it should be a popular track from this record. I would think I'm fucking stoked. All right, and then
What do we got next?
next, so we can actually let's just listen through this right now while I kind of get set up. So.
Oh, nice. The ear.
The ear. For those of you that remember, this was another one that we did. All right, so we've done everything we can to mitigate the stream imploding with this next move I'm about to do. So, really hope.
Are you going to put synths on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully, this manages to stay okay. So far, it looks like we're okay.
Oh, nice.
So, I don't want to do anything too crazy here. basically what I want to do is add some like Badalamenti style synth parts. I feel like that's the only thing that's really missing from this EP so far is the Badalamenti influence, the Badalamenti feel.
Badalamenti is, by the way, because I had to look this up. When I saw the title of the stream today, I was like, who the fuck is Badalamenti? I looked it up. At first, I thought it was the infamous member of the Mafia who had a name, Badalamenti. And then I looked further down. I'm like, oh, no, it's the guy who's the composer for the movie Blue Velvet.
Yeah, exactly.
That must be who Nate's talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and he came up with the Twin Peaks theme. I mean, he's like him and David Lynch are like hand in hand. They work together.
Oh, that's cute. They hold hands.
Yeah. So for this one, let's go over to our other camera view. So for this one, it's nothing too crazy that I want to do. I basically just want to follow like the I want to follow the pattern of the song, but
Nice shorts.
oh, thanks, dog.
Yeah, man. They look like red velvet.
Yeah. I'm just gonna follow the pattern of the song more
Just
or less.
a pad, a texture.
Yeah, but I want to do it. So I'm using. Let me go back to this other view really quick. Where are we? Here we go. So this is not the kind of synth that Badalamenti plays typically, or ever really.
Okay. What kind does he play?
He plays like he plays a lot of DX7, but not this part that I'm trying to recreate. I'm basically trying to recreate like his pad sound.
Oh, you have a specific. I see. Nice.
Yeah, and I found this patch of the Arturio. This is like the Juno 6, Juno 60 kind of style. Pad.
Okay, so this is a patch that you already found. I was gonna say like, wow, you got lucky that the first default patch that you pulled up sounds amazing.
No,
wow.
yeah, no, I was screwing around with it yesterday quite a bit, trying to find some stuff just so we could have this kind of ready to
it totally
go
does. It does sound like the strings that are behind the Twin Peaks.
Yeah. Except
the
one thing it's a little too, the high frequency cutoff is a little too high, so I'm gonna drag it down just a little bit.
Okay.
Maybe not even quite that much. Like really just a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Very vibey.
And this is with no chorus. I'm kind of debating. I kind of think
the Juno's all about the chorus, man.
It is, but I wonder if it's I don't know if it's quite the Badalamenti sound though.
Yeah, you're right. It does sound more accurate with it off.
With it off, yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, Magaduppy signing in for my significant other's account. What's the haps tonight? Magaduppy, we are, you just missed me and Brian full on ugly crying on the stream. That's what you missed.
Yes.
We were talking about a Roy Orbison song and we burst out into tears when we started analyzing the lyrics probably a little too closely, I guess. Apparently.
Yeah, we flew very close to the emotional sun of Roy Orbison, and we were straight up crying earlier. And now I played some bass on that Roy Orbison song. Now Nate is Pretty Woman. No, that is quite a emotional song as well. But no, this is. It was In Dreams, his song In Dreams.
Yeah.
And so Nate is now playing some dope Badalamenti synthesizers on some of the other songs from the upcoming Blue Velvet EP.
Yeah. So now I'm kind of adjusting.
Playing with the envelope now.
Yeah, the envelope a little bit. The attack. It's like a little like
Yeah, swoop in.
Yeah, that's nicer, just like that. Even like less, even.
Gradual.
Yeah. And I'm even debating having the song start just like this, and have like clips from the movie.
That's a good idea.
Like just playing like this. Let's
a
see
good idea.
how the song starts. So yeah, I already really just like that a lot, just as like a texture. Just want to turn it down a bit. It's a little fast for these kind of pads. But I think if I can kind of nail the attack or the decay and the release really well, I think it'll work really well with this. It really like kind of fills the spaces in really nice.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
Well, first Malgadepi says, yeah, it's a dope plug. It's free, isn't it? This is not the
This is
free
not-
version of
yeah,
the gym.
this
This
is
is
the,
the Arturia.
Arturia one, yeah.
Yeah. Unless, well, wait. Is Arturia doing some kind of promotion where this is free at the moment or something like that?
I doubt it. I don't think
That
so.
may be the case. I don't know. But normally, no. This is not a free plugin. But so I think that I like the idea of there being a bed before, with movie samples before the drums drop in,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Maybe I bring the pads back in like when
at the change.
at the
section.
change. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, that's a great
Yep,
idea.
exactly. It was nice how you were doing single note stuff during the
Yeah.
A section.
I think
That's
what I'll
pretty
do,
cool.
I'll do that on the A section the second time around. First
Oh,
A
there you go.
section, we'll leave it alone. Second A section, we'll bring in maybe pads, but I'll do them low.
Mm-hmm.
So second section, first time the pads come back, it'll be kind of low like this.
Cool.
Then next time the A section's around,
Yep.
do some just single note stuff. And then second time the B section comes around, then we'll go up. And then at some point, well, we got to figure out, because the intro too is a different thing. Maybe the intro I'll play pads as well. Let's hear the intro really quick.
Right.
It goes 5/4.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's cool.
People on the stream, by the way, can you please tell us
Oh,
when you listen on your end, are the chords that Nate's playing, are they in time with the song? Are they because we've been having a sync
yeah, we've been having
synchronization
sync
issue.
issues.
So to us, when we're listening, he's playing the chords right on with the band. Does it sound either late or early or anything like that to you?
yeah,
Please
let us know.
Or does it sound right on? He's changing the chords right when the band does.
Yeah, because we can't actually check until after the stream's posted, unfortunately.
Yeah, until the recording is on YouTube.
Yeah. So,
By then, it's too late.
yeah. Cool. Well, I think I have a rough plan
Yeah, that sounds really
in
good,
place.
man.
Let's try something here. Bring up. Okay, cool. We're in record, and I have fucking transport right here.
On Yo keyboard.
Excuse me. That's
Way
not
back.
what I wanted. I'll do to make it. I have to not bother with that transport. So we'll stay real mysterious like this first.
Mysterious. I wonder what's going to happen. I'm so glad you did what I was like telepathically
Oh, go high.
hoping that you were doing. No, which is recording a second guitar skank
Oh, yeah,
in
yeah.
addition to the one that I did.
Yeah.
You received my telepathic communication.
Cool. I flubbed a couple spots.
Mm-hmm. It's great texture, though. It definitely.
Yeah, it's really cool.
is
I really like what it adds.
Yeah. Because it adds just, the right thing for to complement the music that's already there, but it also just adds such a obvious David Lynch authenticity to it.
Yeah.
It makes this sound, it takes it from being a song that sounds like it's just a reggae song that has nothing to do with David Lynch at all.
Yeah.
Into now this sounds like this is a David Lynch song now. Totally.
And that was kind of my worry with these two tracks that we did, is they were really cool and I really like them. And it doesn't, there's nothing we did that I think, would have made them not suitable to be on this EP. But the other two songs have the benefit of being direct pulls from the actual soundtrack. And these two songs are way more straight ahead reggae, and the easiest and I think best way to tie them in to be more of an actual kind of David Lynch thing was just to do exactly this, just to add some of that Badalamenti dreamy synth texture. Just something as simple as that. It's like, this is literally the last thing I want. The last thing I want to do before these go off to Wallace. I want to listen through, because I did flub a few spots, so let's check those out. Okay, so even just like the first time I play.
I think that for these B sections right here, I think the sound for, because I know you have low octave first time, higher octave next times. I think both hands playing in all of them would be nice.
Okay. Do you think I should just do another pass? I think it would probably be better.
Maybe.
Yeah. Well, if I'm gonna, I probably should if we're gonna do that. So okay, so you're saying just the B section though should probably have.
Well, maybe not. I might have only thought that because.
Let's hear what that sounds like.
Because I thought that just the low octave disappeared in there so much, but it might have just been because the first chord came in late. But I was thinking, oh, it's buried, but it wasn't.
I do like that sound, but that's Badalamenti right there.
All right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And to the point where I'm almost questioning myself how often I'm going high. I should probably just keep it really simple. And I went to a third register at one point. I should just keep it to 2 at most. I'm just going to do another pass. Let's do one more. And we could get a little extra. Texture.
Extra texture.
Okay, let's try that again. I'm already fucking it up.
Sounds so good.
I'm not even gonna bother with the single note stuff. I like that, but I'm meandering too much. Like, I don't have a solid plan for that.
Okay.
So in lieu of that, what I think I'll do is just do lower texture stuff, like from the soundtrack.
Okay.
So so the B section goes 4 or 5.
I can't remember.
Or 4-1.
No, 4-1, 4-5.
Yeah.
Because we were not being afraid of using cliches.
What?
Because we were not being afraid of using cliches. That was the Eno card that we pulled. So this whole song is just like every reggae cliche that we could think of. I think it's more impactful when this A section doesn't have the bed of synth.
Okay.
I think. It makes it. Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, maybe you could just do something like
There
this.
you go.
Something really low.
Yeah. It needs some more contrast of
Yeah.
entering and exiting in these sections. When it comes in, it's more effective. It's like, oh, wow. And these change sections kind of sound empty without it also.
Wait,
That's the
what?
other thing. Also, these change sections kind of sound empty without those synth chords as well, which is another side of it.
Well, I think you said something good. It should just be, there just needs to be maybe some with, some without.
Okay.
This is cool. I really like just hanging on this one note.
Yeah.
Let me try it from the top again now with this in mind. So I think what I'll do is I really like just that one note thing we stumbled on for the A sections. And maybe I won't do it every A section. That's probably the move.
Well, I mean, anytime that you want it to be gone, you can take care of that in the dub stage.
That's true. That's true.
And then it's always there when you pull up the fader. There it is. Yeah.
I like that a lot, though.
It sounds so good. It pairs really well with that, like, guitar arpeggio. Yeah.
Yeah. I love a drone. A good drone, man.
Yeah.
All about it.
Cinematic.
Yeah. I like this. This is more subtle.
Yeah. Yeah, it's joining in with the band better.
Yeah. I'll save the upper registers for the intro section.
Okay.
like this a lot.
Yeah. You found it.
Yeah.
And then 4 or 5 ones. Yeah.
We'll do that part again after.
Yeah.
Does it go back to the intro thing one more time? I feel like it must.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's intro for outro, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll come back in with this and then another movie clip. And then fade out.
Nice.
Cool. That was great. That was like perfect, really. Except for that final B section, I think I flubbed, but let's check that out. I believe it's this.
Yeah, it's 4-1, 4-5, 4-5.
All right. Let's just take this again.
I love those guitar fills that are in there. It sounds so good.
Okay. Keeps tricking me for some reason.
Yeah, it doesn't. It looks natural on paper, but it doesn't sound natural
Right.
to the ear. And it's only in there to fit where the drummer plays the fill. Right here. That's the only reason why it's like
Yeah.
that.
All right, that's all right. Okay, we got it. And then just drag these MIDI notes back. Cool. I really like that.
Yeah, it sounds fantastic.
Yeah, that's super, super cool. And like I said, that's kind of all I want to do on that one. Let's check
Okay.
Pabst Blue Rib. This one I didn't work on. I want to use the same synth texture, but this one I didn't plan out ahead quite as much as I did this one or this other one. So let's just check out this track.
Heineken. Yeah. Oh shit.
I think this one is just a single groove. This will be
There's
be
one-
real hard for me to fuck up because I think it's one chord and then it just modulates up, I believe.
There's one section in the middle
Yeah.
that,
that's right.
ends in the modulation, and then it's just that one chord all the way out.
Okay, so there's two ways we could do this. Do I have synth texture across the whole track and then drop it during the B section? Or do I only have synth during the B section? And it's just like a huge wall of Badalamenti right when that other section
Yeah.
happens. I kind of think that would be cool.
Yeah, I think so. And maybe something in the very intro, the
Yeah.
very, very, very beginning. And then,
So right here.
yeah, exactly. This is all Badalamenti style.
Yeah.
And this needs it because this chord, this sustained chord right here, like it's fighting between the skank says it's whatever the relative major, and the bass says it's the relative minor. So like we need like a tiebreaker instrument to be in there to establish.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check this out. Let me figure out the chords here.
Yeah, what are they?
For this, I'm gonna bring the attack back. So it sounds like E major, D major, and then what is that? And then A minor.
Yeah.
I think that'll.
Oh, but I think it goes and then it's a C
Oh,
major.
yeah.
The band is skanking on C major, but the bass is still going.
So is the bass playing more of an A? I mean, I know it's
Yeah.
relative major minor, but is the bass playing A there or C?
It's CA, so it's playing
Okay, so
both,
it's
but it's putting more weight on the A.
So maybe
while,
there
while
I'll
the
maybe
skank
I-
is playing the C major.
maybe I will go to the A minor there just for just to layer those major minors together. That could be kind of cool.
Or you can connect them and play a minor that has a G on the top there. So you're validating what everybody is playing,
Yeah, you're right.
you know?
Okay, let's try it past. See what it sounds like.
Okay.
Oh, and then it does go to A minor. So
And
that
then
makes
it-
me
and
think
then
I
it
should.
resolves to A minor.
Makes me think I should maybe follow the band and do C, or yeah, do C there.
Yeah. It like settles the issue. Nice. Badalamenti build. Build-a-lamenti. That. What you just played right there is perfect.
Good thing I wasn't recording. It's okay. Let's do it
You're
again.
doing a build-a-lamenti.
I don't know if I like that anyway. I played a G. It's not the move.
Yeah.
Did I go
You went
early?
to A minor. Yeah, you went early.
Okay, one more time.
But this is good. You're getting those real Twin Peaks
Yeah,
notes in there.
yeah, I like it. Should I hit that?
Oh yeah, definitely.
What is that right there? Oh, it's down 1/2 step.
Wait,
I think, right? Is that down 1/2 step?
so it's probably. I don't know. Where does it end up?
Let's listen. Boom. Okay, so it's up 1/2 step.
But the lead-in chord might be A flat.
Yeah.
It sounds like the bass plays an A flat. I don't know what the chord is. A flat minor. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. But
No,
sounds
it
like
does,
that's what
because it goes down a flat 7 of the new key,
Okay.
which, yeah, that checks out.
All right.
And then maybe let's try and do that move. I think I need to bring the release down. I need a little bit more attack.
More
with this.
tightness.
Yeah, because the tempo. Okay, let's try this again.
This is good. They really fixed that whole section. I think
What do you think?
that, and maybe you could just punch this in,
Mm-hmm.
but I think there should be a big synth chord just on, and then lay out.
Okay.
So you
That's a good
don't
idea.
ever actually play the B flat. It's just bah, and then band back into the dub, just
Got
like
it.
in the intro of the song.
Should I do it up? Maybe with a...
Is it a major chord?
Yeah, I think it would be flat 7 major.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think I
just
could
on that
punch
one little
that.
moment. So it's being.
Like that?
Yeah. Maybe it does need a short. It's a little establisher.
Let's
Maybe.
listen. Let's see what this sounds like. I think that's pretty cool.
Cool.
I could live with that.
All right. I think the notes should be just a little bit shorter.
Okay.
A little bit shorter. Just kind of hang out the end. Yeah, this is good.
Let's try it just a little stab.
Yep. That's a nice vibe.
Yeah. The decay is dead for some reason. I guess that's not a huge problem. I feel like I want it just to tear a tad longer. Since it sounds like it's just dropping as soon
Okay.
as, which is
Yeah.
actually kind of a good problem. Let me listen to this. Oh, now I hear the decay. I see.
Yeah. Just got to find the sweet spot.
Yeah. There we go. That sounds good to me because you still
Good.
kind of hear it trail off.
Yes.
Sweet.
Yeah, sounds good, Ming.
Awesome. Well, this has been an emotional roller coaster, long day.
Yeah.
No computer
4-hour
problems.
stream today.
No
A
computer-
4-hour stream.
No computer problems.
And no computer problemas.
Yeah, what a great stream. This has been so much fun. This is the highlight of my week. I love doing this fucking show. But yeah, this has been a long one, so we're going to let everyone go. So, next week, hopefully, we'll have some Dub Robot goodness on these tracks. And if so, you may not hear these tracks again until this album's out, which at this point, and in this stage, as long as we get these to Dub Robot in a timely manner, which I'm going to do later today, hopefully he's able to work on them soon. And if so, this one's dropping in May for sure, without a doubt.
Awesome.
It's real close to being totally done. But yeah, this is probably the last Blue Velvet stream, I would think. So maybe next week we can discuss some what do we want to do next.
Yeah, what's next?
I was really close to just starting a new track the other day, but I realized there's still work to be done on this one. I gotta just finish this stuff up.
I'm so curious of what EP that track that you almost started was part of. So curious. I actually don't know.
I honestly
Might
don't
just
know
be-
either. I just had the thought of I should just start a new something right now.
Oh, I see.
I didn't even get as far as to picking anything, but maybe we could do that next week with the chat. That could be kind of fun.
Yeah, man.
Me and Brandon will discuss off stream what exactly we'll work on next week, because right now I don't think we know. We don't know yet, but we'll figure something out. But if you haven't joined our Patreon yet, please do so. The links are right above my head, patreon.com/blackmarketdub. You can subscribe to us there. You can also subscribe to us on Bandcamp, blackmarketdub.bandcamp.com. Follow us on Instagram at blackmarket_dub, at wiseowlsound. Follow Wiseowl on Bandcamp as well, wiseowlsound.bandcamp.com. Especially want to follow Wiseowl over there because the imminent drop of Alicia Keys is coming, and you want to be. Did I say Elizabeth?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was just repeating what you were saying.
Okay. God. Yeah.
Alicia's coming.
Yeah. So be sure to follow Brandon over there because you're gonna want to hear that as soon as it drops. I know I will. Likewise, for mailbag and music submissions, hit up blackmarketreggae@gmail.com. Please, if you can, support us in any way, even if it's just subscribing to our Instagram pages or whatever. It all helps. It really does. Even if you don't give us money or anything, just following us and helping us catch in the tailspin of these wild YouTube algorithms. That would help a lot, I imagine.
Yeah.
But Brandon, any closing thoughts?
Just that, yeah, and most of all, the thing that makes the biggest difference to our hearts and our enjoyment of what we're doing is that you're here, that you're watching, you're hanging out, you're part of the community.
Absolutely.
Chatting with us, hanging out with us on the show. Even if if you're watching it later, those of you who are watching the show, leaving comments, it's just very cool to
and if
just
you
to
are
be doing this together with you guys is the biggest thing for us.
if you are watching later, drop a comment. That helps us, and we like to hear from people. It always gives me a kick to hear from people in the comments. So, yeah, just the fact that we've got regulars, we can even say that, is pretty fucking cool.
Yeah,
I mean,
like you, the regular Clara Nielsen. You know?
yeah. Yeah, I mean, this show is it's nothing without you guys. You guys kind of make it what it is. You're the best part of the show. So we thank you. We love you. We will be back next Thursday at 11 a.m. Central. As always, is when the pre-show starts, and then me and Brandon go live at noon every Thursday. every ding dang doodle Thursday. Damn it. We do it every week. Be here. We want to see you. Okay. Brandon, I love you.
I love you too, Nate.
I will see you all next week.
All right.
See y'all.